Great. Good evening. This is the Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, and I call this meeting to order. It is 6 p.m. Wednesday, October 25th, 2023. Before we get started, I do have an opening statement I'd like to read. The Dickinson County Board of Adjustment. The Board of Adjustment is a quasi-judicial board created by Dickinson County. The board's purpose is to decide on applications for variances from the zoning ordinance, applications for conditional uses requested under the zoning ordinance, appeals of decisions of the zoning administrator. As a board of the county, we welcome all testimony. We make our decisions based on the facts and evidence allowed under the county zoning ordinance presented in an open meeting. Testimony before the board must be given under oath or affirmation. If the proceedings become lengthy, we may ask that the testimony be focused on new facts or evidence not already presented. We ask that if you wish to speak, please come forward to the microphone so your testimony will be recorded in the event of future litigation. And we ask that the proceedings be orderly. When you are testifying, please address your remarks to the board. We are an independent board of citizens appointed by the County Board of Supervisors and not part of the county administration. We are served in our efforts by a county attorney and staff members from the Planning and Zoning Office.
Similar to the last three nights, as the chair stated, the Board of Adjustment is a quasi-judicial board. This is a legal proceeding, and the decorum of this meeting will reflect the same. The conduct of the meeting will be orderly and respectful. Theatrics of any kind will not be tolerated, and you will be removed from the room. Your actions and appearance show that you respect the Board of Adjustment and the importance of these proceedings. How the order of proceedings are going to occur this evening. There are three other items on our agenda: the older unknown, the minutes, and the communications. We are going to move through those quickly. And then I do have a few items of correspondence that I will finish up, and then we will move into the public comment period. Public comment will begin with those folks who signed up yesterday. We will move through those. If they're in the room, we'll call them, and then we'll proceed with anyone else who would like to address the board. Same with the 5-minute limit. Okay.
Okay, first for the record, Lee, would you please call roll?
Jeff Ashland,
Here.
Jennifer Johnson Ross is excused. Alex Oponsky,
Here.
Cami Wills, and Kirby Burhow.
Here.
Okay, as Megan stated, we've got some items we need to address, older unknown business.
There's none.
Okay. And then number 4 would be approval of the minutes from our September 25th, 2023 meeting.
Make a motion, we approve the minutes previous month.
Is there a second to that? Okay, it's been made and seconded to approve the minutes from the September 25th, 2023 meeting. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The minutes are approved. Okay, the next on our agenda would be communications. Do you have any?
Just briefly, we've been approached about possibly a couple variances for next month. It is the Monday after Thanksgiving, which is the 27th. Just checking to see if we're going to have a quorum or not. Didn't know if anybody's travel plans.
I will be out of town.
Okay.
I should be around.
I think I'll be around.
Okay.
Okay.
All righty.
Okay, so now we had recessed our meeting from last night, and like Megan stated, we have some letters we're going to read. So go ahead, read some correspondence.
Okay. Dear members of the Board of Adjustment, I'm writing to express my strong opposition to the construction of wind turbine number 6 as proposed by Red Rock Wind. I'm the owner of Dickinson Incorporated and Iowa Corporation, and I have a specific concern regarding this turbine's location, which directly impacts my property. Turbine number 6 placement would severely restrict the use of my 80-acre field because aerial spraying in the area would be significantly impeded. Aerial spraying is an essential practice to control late season weeds, insects, and fungal issues on agricultural land. The turning space required for spray planes at the field ends would be compromised, and this would undoubtedly devalue my property and hinder effective crop management. In light of this objection, I request that you, as a member of the Board of Adjustment, decline the construction permit for wind turbine number 6. I believe the negative impact on the usability and value of my property warrants a reconsideration of this proposed turbine. Sincerely, Nancy Hykins, owner of Hykins Incorporated, 2624 270th Street, Spencer, Iowa, Dickinson County. Dear members of Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, I write to you today as a property owner and non-participant in the proposed wind energy project. I have many serious concerns regarding the issuance of permits for construction of wind turbines, especially turbine 81 and turbine 6, 13, and 61 by Red Rock Wind. I invoke the principles outlined in the Iowa Constitution, Article 1, Bill of Rights, Section 1, which guarantees that all people are free and equal and have certain inalienable rights, including the enjoyment and defense of life and liberty, the acquisition, possession, and protection of property, and the pursuit of safety and happiness. My objections are as follows. Excessive shadow flicker. Turbine 81, as depicted in Red Rock Wind's own map and figures, would cast shadow flicker onto the east face of my house, kitchen, dining, and living room for an estimated 39 hours per year. This exceeds Red Rock's commitment to limit shadow flicker on human-occupied non-participant dwellings to less than 30 hours per year. Proximity and zoning violations. Turbine 81 is planned to be situated less than 900 feet from my office/cabin, where the zoning ordinance specifies a minimum distance of 1,200 feet. This encroachment on the defined safety distance is an obvious violation. Furthermore, the turbine would be located on an erodible hillside, with its access road likely increasing the chances of soil erosion onto my property. Aerial spraying obstruction. Turbines 6, 13, and 61 would obstruct aerial spraying of my fields, which is sometimes essential for the control of late season weeds, insects, or fungus. This obstruction threatens the effectiveness of agricultural practices and poses a risk to my property value. My objections to all turbines in the project are supported by the following 10 reasons where I believe they violate the Dickinson County zoning ordinance. 1, against the interests of citizens. The approval of these wind turbines is against the interests of many citizens in the area. 2, non-compliance with comprehensive plan. The installation of wind turbines conflicts with Dickinson County's comprehensive plan, particularly concerning the protection of prime agricultural lands and the encroachment of urban land uses within existing limits. Impact on health, morals, and comfort. The presence of wind turbines may affect the health, morals, and comfort of citizens due to factors such as flashing, red lights, noise, shadow flicker, and potential disruption of TV signals. 4, restriction of property use. The turbine restricts the use of both participating and non-participating properties, impacting the ability to carry out essential activities like aerial spraying, building construction, and crop protection. 5, fire risk. Turbines use flammable material and are fire hazards that could endanger the crops below if they malfunction and catch fire. Nuisance glare. The white towers may reflect light and create nuisance glare. Scenic changes. Wind turbines alter the natural rules landscape and are considered eyesores with continuous motion, and they don't blend with the natural surroundings. Damage to drain tiles. Installation of underground power cables may damage farm tiles, which can remain unnoticed for decades and lead to costly replacements. Dirt may silt in where they cut the tiles and wash into my tile on lower ground, ruining drainage. Property value concerns. Property values in acreage areas may decline due to people's reluctance to live near wind turbines. 10, the post-discontinuation liabilities. Concerns arise regarding the costs and liabilities associated with removal of turbines after their operational life, especially if the energy company becomes bankrupt. In light of these objections and concerns, I respectfully request that you cast a no vote for all wind turbine construction permits proposed by Red Rock Wind. I believe that the negative impact on the well-being, property values, and livelihoods of local residents necessitates the denial of these permits. Sincerely, Randall Hykins, 2624 270th Street, Spencer, Iowa, Dickinson County. I'm a landowner and farmer in the Red Rock Wind Turbine Project footprint, and I am in favor of this project. The benefits of this project will help our community with jobs and tax revenue. Clay Probelco, Terrell, Iowa. Dickinson County Board of Adjustment. I am in agreement with the wind turbines being built in Emmett County. The return that Invenergy has for the communities is great. Returns for the schools and county supervisors to invest in the county. I am all for the Red Rock Turbine Project. Jake Borbin. I am in agreement with the wind turbines being built in Emmett County. I'm sorry, this is the same one from Kevin Borbin. I am for the construction of the wind turbines. They are a clean form of energy that can produce here in Iowa. No matter what type of energy production there is, there will always be detractors. A lot of what is brought up to fight the windmills has either been disproven or like anything else, after a while, you will even notice it like the blinking lights. There are a lot more pulses than minutes to the windmills, and that is why I am for them. Thank you, Jeff Anderson. Dear board members, my name is Connie Mortensen. My husband and I have lived on our acreage for over 33 years. We have raised our family there, and now we are enjoying spending time with our grandchildren on our peaceful country acreage. I believe that we are good stewards of our land, that we have taken very good care of our acreage. We do not own the farmland that surrounds our acreage, but we do know the family that farms the land surrounding our home, and I would also describe them as very good stewards of the land. At this time, I do not feel that the same thing could be said about the owners of the farmland that surrounds our acreage. It seems as though they have all the rights and we have none. A few weeks ago, a white pole marker suddenly appeared in the field to the south of our house. No mention of anything to us about it. Obviously, it was placed there to mark something. We were hoping that it was marking something that would be non-obtrusive. Although it seems as though we were very wrong. A short time later, we noticed another similar marker in the field to the west of us. The owner of that acreage is also not the owner of the surrounding farmland, so that they would be considered a non-participating owner. Their family was not considered either when these decisions were made to construct some of huge monstrosities of wind turbine behind their acreage. They may not be as affected by the construction of the turbine in their field because at least they have a mature grove of trees separating their acreage from the eyesore. But even the tallest tree in their grove cannot hide or camouflage what Red Rock and Energy will be constructing. We do not have that luxury. Every time we look out of our windows to the south, we will be seeing the huge monstrosity of a wind turbine first before we notice anything else. Your Dickinson County approved wind turbine will be the first thing that we see for as long as we live in our house. I do not think that you should have the authority to make such a life-changing decision for us without our support. To say that the wind turbine will be a nuisance is an understatement. Would you want one of these in your field behind your house? I am betting the answer is no. You and your family will not be the subject to the flicker, the noise, the lights, or any of the other things that Red Rock and Energy professionals, doctors, attorneys, specialists, and all of the other personnel from Red Rock and Energy claimed will not be an issue, as they want to be a good neighbor to the county. If Dickinson County Board of Adjustment Board of Supervisors approves the proposed wind generator project without updating the outdated zoning ordinance, specifically those that pertain to the setbacks affecting acreages, they are not acting in the best interest of Dickinson County residents. At a minimum, a moratorium is required. As DC3 attorney said in the August 22nd, 2023 Dickinson County Board of Supervisors meeting, it is not a violation of Iowa law to pass a moratorium. It is time for you to take action and do it. Save Dickinson County and its residents as you were elected to do. Personally, it would be great if this matter could be placed on a ballot and every person in Dickinson County would be allowed to vote on it. After that vote is tallied, both the Dickinson County Board of Adjustments and the Board of Supervisors would have their answer, and it would be a resounding no. It's time for both of these boards to start listening to Dickinson County residents and start making their decisions based on what the residents of Dickinson County actually want. It is not about the money for us. The question is, can the same thing be said about you? Connie Mortensen, Terrell, Iowa. To the serving members of the Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, thank you for your service and for listening to all the citizens of Dickinson County concerning this very important issue. My name is David Thorson. My wife and I reside in Okoboji. My family has been both living and vacationing here in the Great Iowa Great Lakes area for 5 generations. I have been a committed conservationist my entire adult life. All the recognized scientific institutions in the world agree. We are all facing the worldwide issue of fast changing climate. And if we don't implement clean energy systems, including wind energy, to replace fossil fuels within the next few decades, we will be overwhelmed by constant extreme weather events disrupting agriculture and our lives in the Iowa Great Lakes region for generations to come. We need clean energy. Sincerely, David Thorson, Okoboji. We are strongly opposed to the wind turbines being built in Dickinson County. We would have signed the petition against them had we been available at the time. Thank you, Rick and Barb Corey. Dear members of Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, on behalf of Iowa Land and Liberty Coalition, I write to you to express my support for wind energy and the property rights of farmers and citizens in Dickinson County. We want to ensure that Dickinson County does not miss out on critical economic development opportunities. Wind energy is a proven success story in Iowa. The technology benefits all Iowans, with farmers leading the way in wind energy adoption. Harnessing the power of the wind in our backyards can and will benefit Dickinson County in many ways. Not only does wind energy generate new tax revenue to support critical infrastructure like school districts, local hospitals, roads, townships, emergency services, and more, but it would also provide a drought-proof source of income for landowners and farmers. These new revenue streams can help hedge against uncertainties and keep family farms in the family. Iowa has long been a renewable energy frontrunner thanks to visionary Republican leaders like Terry Branstad and Chuck Grassley, who knew diversifying our energy generation would save consumers money. They did this by leveraging homegrown resources instead of paying to purchase and import resources from other states. This has helped keep Iowa's energy rates below the national average, benefiting all Iowans. Dickinson County is positioned to continue this leadership and help Iowa on its way to energy independence and security, which is needed now more than ever. We can attribute our state's unmatched renewable energy achievements to our innovative farmers. Iowa farmers and landowners have been empowered by the freedom-driven policies and practices of county officials and state lawmakers that preserve their freedom to choose how to develop their land and take control of their family's energy future. Farmers must remain in the driver's seat as the greatest stewards of their land. They have the right to develop their land as they see fit and diversify their incomes. A poll conducted by the Iowa Conservative Energy Forum found that 93% of Iowa conservatives believe farmers and landowners have the right to lease their land for renewable energy investments. After attending the initial meeting on Monday, October 23rd, and hearing the presentation from Invenergy and expert testimony, I urge the board to approve the application from Invenergy on its merits and to allow the project to move forward. Sincerely, Thomas Bean, Field Operations Representative, Iowa Land and Liberty Coalition. My name is JD Davis, and I serve as the Vice President of Public Safety for the Iowa Association of Businesses and Industry, ABI. I am writing today in support of the Red Rock Wind Project, LLC. ABI serves as Iowa's unified voice for businesses, and we are proud to represent more than 15,000 member companies, or 1,500 member companies representing 330,000 working Iowans. Our members are located in all the state's 99 counties and include a wide range of sectors, including manufacturing, retail, insurance, financial, publishing, transportation, legal, healthcare, and education. We appreciate your service and leadership in supporting economic growth and increased job growth in Dickinson County. Related to economic growth, our organization supports efforts to advance renewable energy. We appreciate that our state is a national leader when it comes to offering residential and commercial customers a reliable and diverse portfolio of energy options. According to the American Clean Power Association, clean power investments in local Iowa communities was over $60 million in 2022 alone. Renewable energy projects will drive economic growth, create hundreds of construction jobs, and enhance tax base, which will provide revenue to make critical improvements to local schools and infrastructure and improve environmental outcomes. These projects will provide new revenue and support a supply chain that will significantly benefit Dickinson County businesses. Moreover, these projects, like other investments across the state, are safe for the local community and the families and businesses that reside here. For these reasons, ABI respectfully encourages the members of Dickinson County Board of Adjustment to allow the conditional use required for Red Rock Wind Project. Thank you for your consideration. JD Davis, Vice President, Public Policy. Okay. Dickinson County Board of Adjustments. I was at last night's meeting listening to the opinions for and against the proposed Red Rock Wind Project and thought maybe I should write something. Being a lifelong resident of the county and a future landowner, that is a site for a potential windmill. First, I would like to say that I sympathize with the property owners who will be affected by this project because of their choice to live in the country. Being a resident in town, currently I am not affected by the project. In the future, I would like to build a house at our family farm. Having a windmill north of my future planned home will not affect my decision. There were several comments last night about non-participating property being included into the setback requirements. Do these people not understand that whether it's a hog building or a windmill, setbacks are not determined from a property line, they're determined from the affected residents. I do feel that Red Rock has been trying to limit their impact as much as possible, and they have planned out their footprint to meet the requirements set forth in the county planning and zoning ordinances. I don't think it's right that Red Rock should have to go back to the drawing board because individuals want the rules changed midstream to get the outcome they want. Last night, I heard many comments about aerial applications around windmills. First off, I would like to say not all acres within the Red Rock project will have aerial applications applied to them each year. If there are acres needing to be applied, there are other ways to apply these acres. You can always use ground application or try the emerging field of drone application. As drone application continues to increase in popularity, I can see the decrease in airplane application because the drones will be more efficient and safer on acres with obstacles in them. So realize that there will always be opportunities to make applications to field crops either from the air or ground in the future. I do feel that the board should approve Red Rock application for this project because it planned it according to the county's ordinances. But moving forward, the county needs to look towards the future and look at updating the county ordinances. Last night's meeting did not change my opinion about the Red Rock project. I still think we have a great opportunity in this county from 3 different income sources: tourism, manufacturing, and agriculture. We need to do everything possible to support each of these sources. It is about time that we rally behind agriculture and support them this time. Please vote to approve Red Rock application for this project. Thank you. Brian Cable, 1113 K Avenue, Milford, Iowa. The Okoboji School Report was sent to me by the OCDS Business Manager, Katie Sport. I am presenting the property tax information to help explain Iowa school funding according to Iowa law. And this is from Barb Clayton. This is in regards to the graph that she's gave you yesterday. In conclusion, with the addition of funds from the wind project, the Okoboji School District will most likely lose the 452 they currently receive annually per student in state funding, causing the taxpayers of the school district to make up the difference. It is unknown what the financial impacts of Gretna Trail schools or the Estherville schools will be. Still, it is worth considering. With the increased tax revenue in the affected districts, this project could increase the tax burden on the district taxpayers by reducing the per student state aid, requiring the district taxpayer to make up the difference. If one of the school status changes from the poorest to average, that will cause a 1,068 per student per annual reduction in state funding. The local property taxers will have to make up the difference. Barb Clayton, Spirit Lake. That's a copy. And that concludes correspondence.
Okay, at this point, we'll continue our public comments.
Is Mark Mitchell and Michael Stowell here tonight? Stowell? Oh, okay. Then you're up first. And then Liz.
And as you approach, just state your name and address, make sure you're up to the mic. So there's people upstairs that'd like to hear.
Sure.
too.
Nope.
And go ahead.
My name is Mike Stowell. I live at 1511 Erie Avenue, Spirit Lake. I moved here with my family in 1966. We had a house on Treboji Beach. And after I got out of high school and college, I moved away for 40 years. I went to Florida, and I just recently moved back last year. Seen some changes, but also have seen a lot of things are still the same. And I don't know, I wasn't able to attend the meeting last night, so I don't know what points were made with the public comment last night, but one thing I'd like to challenge is the promise of economic growth through this project. From the meeting Monday night, they were pretty weak on jobs coming along with this project. I believe the number was 40. I don't see how 40 jobs averaging $42,000 a year is going to kickstart an economic boom within the county. They talked about other opportunities with the tax base being increased. Don't see how 2.5 million a year really is going to kickstart an economic boom. And I think a lot of our demographics and our history kind of tell that tale, that it's been very hard for rural communities to attract manufacturing or concerns that actually have a significant amount of jobs that come with them. Census shows that while this county grew over the last few years, actually of the last 40 years, this was one of the few counties that did grow. However, the growth was not significant. According to census data, over the 40 years I've been gone, we've gained 2,074 souls. That works out to about a net gain of 50 people a year. Other counties around us have all lost in that 40 years, same 40-year time period. The Osceola, Clay, Emmett, Jackson County, Minnesota have lost over 11,000 people in population. Those demographics make it kind of hard to attract large scale employers to the area because where the workers going to come from. I think another issue regarding that in a rural area is the fact that we don't have a lot of affordable housing starts within our community. Most of the going on here are luxury homes and condominiums that start at 1.2 million apiece. And so developers are more interested in that than providing homes that the worker bees and their families can afford. And I guess the sad fact is that rural America is in a population decline, and that's not something that's just going to reverse itself. And especially with a project that certainly does give you some tax base, but doesn't bring any significant jobs along with it. I kind of think that $343,000 a year to the county for a scope of a project that they're wanting this community to accept, to me, is kind of pitiful. And I don't see that it really is going to bring a lot of economic opportunity for the 99% of us that aren't going to be financially taken care of as the handful of property owners are going to be. We're not getting anything from it. I also kind of question the viability. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that my time limit? Okay, I'm sorry. Can I just one real quick, one thing on the environmental thing? I didn't hear anything about abatement protection for during the
Thank you,
construction.
thank you,
you.
sorry.
And I
Thank you.
just heard,
Yeah,
I don't know
we
if
have
that's
to.
been discussed,
Thank
but
you.
I urge
Bill
you
Murph?
to dig into that.
Bill Murphy.
Get up to the mic.
2,500 years ago, Plato told his citizens,
Name and
I
address,
see.
please.
okay, 2,500 years ago, Plato,
Can you say your name and address for the
I'm sorry,
board?
Bill Murphy,
Okay,
Okoboji, 1807 Lakeshore Drive.
okay, thank you.
You've heard this 3 times now, I apologize, but 2,500 years ago, Plato tried to help his people understand that if you did not understand what preceded them, they're like a blind person stumbling into the future. Now, we have farms in 3 states, South Dakota, Minnesota, and Iowa. We have been approached many times. by
Please
promoters
be
of-
at the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have been approached many times by promoters of wind farms and solar. Now, the first time we were approached, the people came in, very polite, very nice, wonderful people. But I looked at the document they wanted me to sign, and it looks like the document was prepared to protect me from them or them from me. So it looked like a document that really wasn't in my best interest, so we didn't do it. Then 2 weeks ago, a solar company contacted us, wanted to put a solar farm on our farm. But we looked at it, we have had farmers that have been with us since 1970 that have farmed the farm very well. You know, we put a solar farm there. My God, these people would lose the farm. They need to support their kids and send to college. So we turned that down. And really what I want you to understand, this mania that you're seeing here on wind farms has happened time after time after time. One of the earliest this was AT&T came into the country and they had these wires, copper wires, and they had to find a way to protect these copper wires. So he went to the federal government, the Corps of Engineers, and they decided the best thing they could do is put lead to encapsulate the wires. Now AT&T is at a 30-year low, will probably have to cut their dividend. And they have a $43 billion liability they have to take care of. Another silly thing we got involved in was Al Gore and Joe Biden. 1978, the fuel use bill. They came along and told everybody that we were running out of oil. So we have to burn more, coal for generating electricity. Time after time, we have these crazy things that take place. The problem of it is when you did that, everybody wanted to go in the oil business. So the Wall Street and promoters all over the country promoted these oil and gas limited partnerships. 90% of them went broke. And then the next big thing was what? Garden type apartments, same thing. Billions of dollars of garden type apartments were sold, limited partnerships. I see the time is running quick, but anyway, interest rates went up and guess what happened? They went broke. Not their fault. Interest rates went up. Most of them went broke. And all I'm trying to say, there is always something that's going to come along that gets your attention that doesn't quite work. Now, what we have right now is a Wall Street Journal, not Bill Murphy, is saying that 45% of the wind projects in Europe and the East Coast are being canceled. They're saying, well, the large wind developers in New York want a 48% increase in their billings because they're not making enough money. And wind companies, according to Wall Street Journal, aren't making enough money now to take care of their tax credits. And they mentioned your company, Infogen, has sold $580 million of their tax credits to who? The Bank of America. Who's going to turn around and sell those to who? Wealthy people, so they don't pay their taxes. And wealthy corporations, they don't pay their taxes. Warren Buffett pays 3.41% of his income tax, the taxes, because of all these silly things he gets. Jeff Bezos, the same darn thing. Musk, 2018 paid no tax. And I guess I'm going to get to the end of it, but we have decided on our farm that we will not put any on our farms. And the main reason of it is you tonight are in the Mississippi flyway, the most important flyway in the United States and North America for migrating birds and bats. And I will tell you what, 20, 30 years ago, 15 years ago, the Lake Okoboji was full of waterfowl. They would make so much noise because they talk to each other. Every night talking, we'd have to shut our windows so we could sleep. And now every spring and every fall, it's getting quieter and quieter because these birds aren't here with us. And it's a disgrace.
Is John Main or Kay Buchanan available? What about Robert Fox?
So he's the one up next.
Robert Fox, 1948, 143rd Street. Screw. Okay, well, I'm here representing Operating Engineers Local 49.
Please speak into the mic.
I'm representing Operating Engineers Local 49, which, by the way, we also work hand in hand with the labor, the carpenters, the operators, the pipe fitters, the teamsters, the welders, the electrical workers, and the iron workers. But the union versus non-union issue, that's not what I'm here to haggle over. We're here because of the thing called the Davis-Bacon Prevailing Wage Act, which says anybody that gets subsidized over $2,000 by the federal government has to follow the Prevailing Wage Act. Now, I know this would be hard to believe, but some CEOs and some companies, they try to work around it. I know that's hard to believe. They'll go out and then they'll hire a non-union contractor or a union contractor, and they'll want to pay them $2 less, $4, $6 less than the prevailing wage act. And here's what's really amazing. All that money in between somehow gets shuffled into the big companies' bottom line. Now, I know that's hard to believe. It's true. So here's a few ways they try and work around it. They'll try and beat you out of overtime. Anything after 40 hours is overtime. Anything over 40 hours a week is overtime. Holidays are overtime. Sundays are overtime. So some of these companies, they'll work 4 8s, and then they'll work 7 on Fridays, come in at 39 hours, trying to beat you that way. Other things they'll do is, if your coffee breaks, they'll want to dock you that 20 minutes. It just goes on and on. Well, we're here to hope that Red Rock is going to play by the rules, of course. And I'm sure they can stand up there and say, oh yeah, we're going to follow all the rules. And the rest of us unions, it's not about union or non-union, it's about the pay scale. So, that's what we're here about. We're for the workers. We're not here for the union, non-union battle that's been going on for 50 years or whatever. So if they think they're going to say, oh yeah, we're playing by the rules, we're going to pay all this, and we're all going to stand on the sidelines and twiddle our thumbs and say, oh yeah, well, they say they're going to, they must do it. Well, we're going to go after verification on them payroll sheets. So, this isn't our first rodeo. So, we've heard a lot about the wildlife, the health, the noise, the flickers, the safety, the land values. Well, there's a lot of other things. Every one of these towers is going to sit on a cement slab, which is going to be filled with, we talked about it last night, rebar. Little things like that. When you look at it, you don't think about what's underground. So I can say we're not here to deal with the union we're here to make sure this Davis-Bacon Prevailing Wage Act is followed. Thank you. If it's not, we'll see you at the National Relations Board.
Bonnie Ewald. And then after her, if Connie Mortensen, if she's here.
Good evening. Bonnie Ewald, 1819 190th Street, Milford. Thank you for having me. I am a non-participating neighbor in the footprint of a wind farm, and I'd like to tell you why it is a problem. We live on an acreage next to the Little Sioux River, 2 miles west of Wapaton. The Flying Cloud Wind Farm is located across the river to the north, west, and south of our property. 2 turbines are located within a half mile of our house. We can see them for 6 months of the year when there are no leaves on the trees, but we cannot see them during the remainder of the year when the trees are in foliage. We can, however, hear them year round. One of the Red Rock presenters talked about the decreased noise levels and lower decibels in their newer turbines. Sorry, I'm hoarse tonight. However, our problem isn't loud, high decibel noises that cause a hearing loss. The problem is annoyance. Continual droning noises come from the turbine motors, and there is a non-stop whoosh, whoosh, whoosh of the turbine blades. Sometimes I wear ear protectors outside just working on the yard so I don't have to listen to it. The turbine noises are worse on calm days when there's a slight breeze. On windy days, we cannot hear them because the wind drowns out the turbine noise. A bigger problem is interference with TV reception over the antenna. I have submitted a photo of our TV screen this past summer when the TV was running off of the antenna, and it looked like this. What happens, the picture gets choppy and you can just see the turbine blades turning. So when the blades are turning, the TV picture gets choppy, as is shown in this photo. When the wind farm is shut down and the blades are not turning, which is seldom, there is no problem. The picture's perfect. Before the wind farm came, we could get local news and weather from Sioux Falls. That is no longer an option. Now we need to pay for our local channels through Dish TV, and we're assigned to Sioux City, where the weather isn't as accurate as Sioux Falls. TV antennas are being replaced by satellite and streaming providers, but most rural homes in this area rely on towers for internet service, where fiber optics are not available. There is a high probability that many rural homes will experience Wi-Fi interference if Red Rock and 2 other wind farms are add 200 turbines to Dickinson County. I've read several reports that the United States Department of Energy is looking for ways to mitigate offshore wind turbine interference with military radar and air traffic control. Wind turbine disruption of over-the-air signals is a very real problem, as can be clearly shown by this photo. Red Rock isn't the only entity looking to build in Dickinson County. Summit Carbon Solutions is also planning to build a hazardous CO2 pipeline, and their route goes directly through the footprint of Red Rock. So I also urge the board to consider the damage to the land in eastern Dickinson County from all of this construction. I would ask that you deny Red Rock's application, or at least delay approval until several unanswered questions and concerns are addressed.
Connie? Otherwise, Gloria Buckman?
First of all, I want to say I am proud of the area. This meeting has been well done. There's been quiet interest, and I'm proud of our area. My concern is,
Please state your name and address.
oh, I'm sorry, I'm Gloria Buckman. I'm from Spirit Lake, Iowa. I was born and raised here. My address is 25716 162nd Street, Spirit Lake. My question is, why did it take so long for the public to know about these windmills? I mean, they supposedly they've been in the process for 14 or 15 years. I didn't quite get the exact. And yesterday, I think it was yesterday, there was a gentleman and his family that had lived by windmills. And they talked to the board to say, we don't want windmills by us. Is there going to be any in the area? And from what I remember, the address was, no, there wasn't anything planned, but that doesn't mean something is not going to be in the future. And I guess they are in the middle of this windmill setup now because they purchased land and built. Is there more poor communication on the board? I mean, I don't understand why this has not been brought out earlier. I am definitely against the windmills. This is the only blue water lake, natural lake in the United States of America, and we need to protect it. And I had never really thought about the shadowing and stuff. We went to Des Moines to visit our family, and coming home, something hit the car. I couldn't realize what it was. And it was a shadowing out of a windmill going down a major highway. I could have panicked and thought somebody was running into me. And that kind of scared me, made me really think about the shadowing. But that's all I have to say. And I appreciate all your interest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gary DeLoss. And Harold Pryor, you're on deck if you're here.
Can you pass those around? Gary DeLoss, I'm here from Spencer, so,
Please speak into the mic.
pardon me?
Please speak
Oh, I'm
into the-
sorry.
There you go.
I thought I was loud enough without, but
Well, there's people
I know you have
upstairs.
an audience,
Yeah.
right? Okay. Gary DeLoss, I'm from Spencer, Iowa, and I'm getting pulled into this like Michael Corleone in the third Godfather movie. I thought I was out of it. They're pulling me back in. I used to do a lot of work on energy for decades back in the 20th century, 70s and 80s and 90s. I've given you a little sheet here. It's got 5 items on it. I'm really only interested in 4 and 5. So for right now, I want to save time. I'll just run through the first 3. They're all 5 about omissions from the testimony Monday by the Red Rock expert witnesses. Thousands and thousands of dollars worth of expert witnesses. They didn't talk about the big subsidies. The only reason any of these things are being built are the big subsidies that you're paying and I'm paying and so on. They didn't talk about battery storage of electricity. One of my concerns is they're going to end up with warehouses full of batteries on Iowa farmland if they ever get the batteries. Number 3, we still don't know, according to what we heard Monday night, if a lot of this equipment is going to be made in China and benefit China at the expense of the quality of life in Northwest Iowa. Now, number 4, I didn't hear anybody bragging about affecting climate change with this project. I can give you 2 reasons for that. One is it has a big carbon footprint, which means it's going to use a fantastic amount of carbon energy to manufacture everything, move everything to the site, and put everything together at the site with a fantastic amount of concrete underneath it. That means it'll take years of operation and displacing carbon-based electricity before it begins to actually create a net benefit to reducing carbon dioxide and climate change. It's just a horribly energy intensive project. And the other angle on climate change is they're building hundreds, and I mean hundreds of new coal-fired power plants in India, excuse me, in China every day. And this project in this county, at a sacrifice of quality of life in this county, will be overshadowed by millionfold or more by those coal-fired power plants. This project is not going to have a positive impact on climate change, if that is a concern. So now I'd like to go to the 5th paragraph, and I'll just read through it as fast as I can. No reference was made to the underlying purpose of zoning law, which is protect quality of life. Thousands of dollars were spent on those expert witnesses, and numbers and graphs were displayed regarding sounds and shadow flutter, but no similar discussion was offered regarding the visual intrusion, or what we call scenic pollution, of 100 or so 600-foot tall industrial machines operating 24/7 every day of the year. That omission was because you cannot use expert witnesses with numbers and graphs to explain away damages to local quality of life. Today, the 80 to 100 square miles of Dickinson County where this project would be sited is free from intrusion by dozens of 600-foot tall industrial structures, and most persons who live there and nearby like it that way. Those feelings that those people have that live there, and people that drive through there because they live nearby, those feelings cannot be explained away as imaginary. as certain sounds were on Monday night, or temporary as shadow flutters were. Feelings about protecting quality of life are precisely the feelings that zoning was designed to protect. That's all.
Harold Pryor. Once again, a Sean, somebody that last name begins with a B from Sibley. Yep. Terry Kosick.
Good evening. I'm Terry Kosick. I live just west of Sheldon, 3306 Log Avenue. Probably wondering, well, why am I here?
You speak into the mic.
Um,
There you go. We
so-
have a group on live online wanting to hear too, so.
Okay, so why am I here? Well, my significant other is Cindy Smith, a name that's come up a couple of times, the last couple of nights. She, of course, has found out 6 months ago, she's gonna have number 7, or could have number 7 windmill directly north of her house, 1,285 feet. And, you know, Cindy is an artist. She paints. She's an unbelievable painting. I'm not here to sell paintings, but she built her studio 17 years ago with a massive picturesque window facing north. And now, I mean, it's beautiful. She's got scenery, animals, wildlife, everything. And now she's going to have this 591-foot structure to look at. And of course, she found out 6 months ago. It's just disheartening, sickening. Folks, Sioux County has acted. They just extended their moratorium on these windmills another year this month. That took one night's meeting, as did the original one, to achieve that moratorium to protect their citizens. Other counties have done the same. I know Cherokee County, Southwest Cherokee County ushered Invenergy out in 2021. There's a lot of people are starting to understand the massiveness of these. You know, in 2009, and that ordinance obviously is still in place, the structures were 300 foot tall. The setbacks were 1,200 feet. That's 4 times. It was important then. Why is it not now? I've come in contact 6 months ago, obviously, with a very super group of people, the DC3 group, who organized when they finally found out about this. And, you know, they've been to several meetings. It doesn't seem that way, it is that way, that every time that the subject came up, I was at some of those meetings, it would pretty much, they were dismissed or told they could come to the next meeting, or we're going to form a subcommittee to talk about and decide about a moratorium. Well, that's what a moratorium is. But so anyway, I've watched this go on for some time, and I've also heard the last couple of nights, this DC3 group is a small organization, you know, a few people. Well, I know there's 1,400 signatures up here that they have a hell of a lot of followers. And honestly, those names ought to all be read aloud. Let people know who is really not for this. Okay, this is the 11th hour. Other counties recognize the need to protect their citizens and have acted. The reason these windmill vultures are converging on Dickinson County is because they know this county is ripe for the picking. I know that there are elected officials in this county that have a vested interest in this project. And they have said they will recuse themselves from the vote. Well, folks, because it's 5 months and still no more moratorium, there's there's already been a vote cast. All right. I hate seeing this happening here. I'm just fortunate that Sioux County officials have put their residents first and foremost over money. Thank you.
At this time, my list has concluded. So if you are in the room and you would like to speak, please kind of line up along the side, just maybe a few at a time, and then kind of rotate through. Oh, for the folks who have already, for new information and you have not already spoke. If you've already spoke, you've already had your 5 minutes prior to. Oh, Dan, I'm sorry. I apologize. One more, Dan first, and then we can go with that. Cause he was here. Sure, that would be fine. Sorry, I apologize, Dan.
No problem. So I'm Dan Lutat, 1732 360th Avenue in Esterville. I work for Iowa Lakes Community College. First thing I'd like to say, both to the board and also to the residents here, is I applaud what you're doing. Because you have to hear all sides of an issue so that people can get their fear of the unknown out there. And so that answers, real answers, can be explained to them so that they know how a system actually works. And it's kind of interesting is that, you know, when people bring emotion into any kind of a major decision like the one you're faced with, it's real easy to stand on emotion and use that as a way to say, we think this needs to change because this is the way we feel. But you also have to have an understanding of the actual facts and what's really going on with that energy system in America. We're not just talking about wind energy. Wind energy coupled with solar in this country represents the 4th largest energy producer injecting energy into our power grid. That's a North American solution. It's not just a United States solution. So bridge technologies like wind energy are very important. They're not permanent solutions. When we find the next best solution in energy, whether it's fusion or whatever it is, commercialization of that is going to eliminate the need for structures like these. This is a bridge technology, and it's very important because it does what the fixed capacity coal-fired, gas-fired plants cannot do. And that is manage energy over a wide geographic area to compensate for what those load centers need when peak demand exceeds what the fixed rate can do. So it marries very well with fossil plants, with nuclear plants. We have to have all of them. It's a system that works together. But what wind energy has done for Iowa is pretty tremendous. When you think about the fact that renewables account for 61% of the daily energy production that we use in Iowa, that's a pretty amazing thing. And I hear a lot of people say, well, energy is not used here locally. We sell it all down the line. That is not true. Any energy that is produced, whether it's from a coal-fired plant, a gas-fired plant, nuclear, or whatever, is used locally first. The excess is sold down the line. And it's contracted as far away as places like Tennessee. So this is an exporter. It's a new product that farmers can farm, which is why a lot of landowners do it. And to the extent that we have landowner participation is the only reason you have a wind energy industry in the United States. It's the only reason that you can have $20 billion of investment in the state of Iowa alone in wind energy. That's a single energy resource. We hear a lot of talk about the carbon footprint. Yes, it takes carbon footprint to produce anything, whether you're digging it out of the ground and burning it or whether you're producing something that doesn't burn it. But here's the facts. Within 6 months of installing a turbine, it's already paid off its carbon footprint. So the myth that people like to say it costs more to make a turbine than it's ever going to produce is just that. It's a myth. And that goes to the point of people needing to educate themselves on wind energy, on renewable energy, how it works with other energy systems so that you can make smart decisions. And when it comes to I've heard all kinds of numbers. I've heard, I think, 3 different numbers now in 2 nights about how many turbines are going to be installed. Red Rock's going to produce twice as much energy as that park over west of Milford with half the turbines. Now that should make everybody happy because you can do it with a lot less. And you can do it more reliably these days. When we hear people talk about health effects, there are zero verified studies anywhere that show ill effects from wind turbines. Zero. And if you want to talk about peer reviewed, if it's not scientifically reviewed by the medical community or peer reviewed by science and engineering, whether it's your Livermore Laboratory, your National Renewable Energy Laboratory, Oak Ridge National Laboratory, then it's not peer reviewed. A family practitioner who's retired is not an expert on energy. Those are not the reports you should be listening to. So when you talk about the energy system itself, I urge you as a board to do what a lot of these folks out here are doing, is uncover the facts, make the decisions based on facts, and understand how the system itself actually works to produce energy and where you fit into America's energy future. Now I'll talk for just a couple of seconds about the education. We graduate hundreds of wind energy technicians, but they don't just work in wind energy. Not all of them want to go around the country and leave this area. So they're working at Rosenblum, they're working at Pure Fishing, they're working at Safeco. These are folks that have very high skills. When we talk about the union wages, these technicians walk out the door. The median wage they make is over $50,000, $56,000 median. That's a median national wage right out the gate. Traveling technicians, they're in six figures within a year of being out there on the road because they like it. No young person has ever made that kind of money. But the other thing you got to understand is they earn what a family can support. We might be recruiting technicians to work these turbines, but you're retaining families that are going to contribute to your communities for decades to come.
Thank you.
Sure. I have more names on petition. Would you like more sheets in the petition, please? Thank you. I'm Randy Hykins, 2624 270th Street, Spencer, Iowa, 51301. That's a Dickinson County address. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I'm a direct descendant of a decorated Civil War POW who after the war farmed near Algona. The farm I live on now was bought in the 1930s by my grandfather. I will make this short and to the point. I'm here to say that rural lives matter. I notice on the map distances from turbines of about a mile from wildlife areas, yet distances from homes sometimes of only a quarter mile. So some people are being treated worse than animals by a distance factor of 4 to 1. Last night, information was read regarding revenues to the Terrell School. Yet the turbines would be located over a mile from the town of Terrell and not the 1/4 mile as from some rural homes. The wind turbine people decided it wasn't right to put turbines close to urban homes, but fine to put them way closer to rural homes. That school district is wanting the funds from turbines. If these turbines make so much money, why hasn't the Terrell School put up a few near the school like Spirit Lake did? The Constitution of the state of Iowa, Article 1, Bill of Rights, guarantees for all people equality under the law, expressly regarding the protection of property, pursuing and obtaining safety and happiness. The state seal and flag bear the words, "Our liberties we prize and our rights we will maintain." You are here to make a judgment call. The turbine proposal plainly violates the Iowa Constitution in the area of human rights. What if the turbines were put in Black neighborhoods or Hispanic neighborhoods? Are we as rural residents with our straw hats and pitchforks about to be discriminated against by our own county? Are you, as the respected Dickinson County Board of Adjustment, going to approve illegal discrimination on the basis of how rural we are? Most of us were born this way. We love our country, our state, our county, and our rural homes. Please do not approve these permits. Thank you.
My name is Thaddeus Cook. I live at 1307 L Avenue in Milford. Unfortunately, I still live in town. I left Iowa at age 18. I spent 20 years in the Air Force. Over that time, I've been to 48 of 50 states, and I've seen a lot of our country. There's nothing like Iowa. After moving my family around, my wife and I, we waited 20 years to find a place called home. We actually had a gorgeous farm in Northwest Pennsylvania. Most people would call it a dream property. There's one thing that was missing, that was our family. So we packed up our family, our 3 kids, and we moved for the 11th time. And moved back to Dickinson County. We now have 8 cousins in the Okoboji School District. We temporarily moved in town Milford so that we could wait for a farm to open up around the Terrell area. My family has a small homestead there. It's right south of Swiss Acres, near turbines 51, 52, and 53. My parents' plan when they bought that place was to die there. Our plan was to have a property next to my parents, so that our 3 children could see Nana and Papa on the regular. Unfortunately, the Red Rock project has pretty much crushed those dreams, as there is nothing natural of a wind turbine farm with spinning wind turbine complexes all the time. There will never be peace in that area again with those turbines. It is not a place that I plan to raise my kids, as I don't believe that there is any quality of life for any human being to live underneath of those wind turbines. Iowa is one of the most prettiest and peaceful places that I've been to. Like I said, I've been to 48 out of 50 states. Wind turbines, they've ruined that peace. Just go west of town. It's horrible. I believe that the Red Rock project is a complete slap in the face to all the non-participating landowners out in that area. Secondly, in my Air Force career, I went through a couple different sales training courses, PSS and Impact, professional sales skills. I don't remember what Impact stands for at this point. I say that it was required for my job. And I just want you to know that that presentation on Monday night by Ember Energy was nothing but a sales pitch. They hit all the different sales marks that are required in a sales presentation. I just hope you guys understand that you guys were being sold to in that presentation. For Monday night's wildlife presentation, they talked about no eagles out in the Red Rock project area. I call bull on this guy's statements, as I see bald eagles on the regular within the southwest area of Terrell, specifically around the Big Muddy Creek area. I see them with my own eyes, so you can't tell me that they're not there. A bald eagle is undistinguishable from the other birds. This Red Rock project has been in process for many years, and it seems pretty sneaky that everyone's just finding out about it this year. That is not a statement against you guys. That is just a statement in general. This should have been released to the public at the very beginning. We all shouldn't be finding out about it now. Any project that is based on the government subsidies is not a good project. If it is so good, you would not need those subsidies, and they would not be having to sell this so hard, and all these people would not be in this room fighting against it. I pray to the good Lord that you, the board, see through the smoke and mirrors of this project. And I hope the Lord opens your eyes and the hearts that you see what this project really is, and that is wrong for Dickinson County. I also do want to say thank you guys for taking the 3 nights to hear everybody out to make an informed decision. Thank you guys very much.
Hey, good evening. My name is Mike Fergan. I live at 524 252nd Avenue, Spirit Lake, Iowa. Before I go with my comments, I just want to, since it's just been, a policy has just been made a few years ago. And it's a question for the board and the county attorney. It's basically, are you aware of the Dickinson County conflict of interest policy? And all of you are required to know that. And then I would just ask you in your heart of hearts, if there is a conflict regarding a position financially, individually, or your family, that is indeed a conflict of interest, and you should excuse yourself from that situation. I ask that you please vote no. I ask that you consider the interests of the entire citizens, farmers, business entities, not just the 80+ landowners who would benefit, but may actually harm or decrease the value of their neighboring property owners. Here's a couple of items that I'd like to highlight as to my position on no. In the 2,106 page petition, your Dr. Jeffrey Ellenbrough stated the following. Does the Dickinson County wish to have the wind turbines in the community, if at all, or with constraints? In that literature, there is no liability protection in place for any known or unknown health risks that could develop over the life of this project or during the decommission phase. None. So I would ask, if you think this is important, I would ask that Red Rock agree in writing to be responsible for that risk. Secondly, an environmental report produced by Red Rock expert did not address that Iowa and Dickinson County has endangered species. Actually, 10 of them. Nothing was mentioned. No migratory patterns, no environmental risk to animals, land, or ecosystem. Again, if there's no concern or no problem, then there should be some liability protection put in place to make sure that we don't have a problem 10, 15, or 20 years from now. The purpose of wind energy is to produce electricity. So my question is, what is the benefit to us when these extra windmills will be 4 times the amount of capacity of electricity that we need in this county? Then it moves to the state, then it moves to the other states. But it's our land, it's our views, it's our health, it's our ecosystem. Red Rock advised on Monday that they'll produce 40 to 80 full-time jobs. So if that's the case, I would not recommend any property tax carve out for this special interest. The full 100% of property tax should be levied just like the farmer, just like the other business people. That cost is $250 million over 40 years. And you may not know, but Blackstone just injected $4 billion in this company as an equity stakeholder. Personally, if it's a great idea, let's not do the carve out. And then finally, the comment was made on Monday that there's limited liability for the road drainage and the decommission phase with no comment on health and environmental risk. In that document of 2,100 pages that you have seen, there's a $10 million liability policy. That's it. 10 million bucks. That's it. So I have concerns about the health, the environment. I love our citizens. I love our businesses. I love our environment. I love our children. I love our schools. And I love the economy of Dickinson County. We have all come here either from a vacation or growing up here on a dream of the good life. And I ask that we don't just let the good life go away. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I apologize, I was a little emotional.
Hi, I'm Sherilyn Hinshaw, 2451 235th Street, Milford, Iowa. Okay, I would encourage you to look up on your phones catastrophic failure of a wind turbine and watch a runaway turbine and what happens. The one I found here is on a much smaller scale than the ones that they're talking about. Okay. It explodes and shrapnel flies everywhere for many, many, many yards. We're not talking a few feet. We're talking a big expanse of a farm field. Now, I ask people to consider if you have a situation like that happen with one of these much larger, much more catastrophic potential explosions to happen when there is a runaway. If there's a farmer working on that field, he's gone. And he's not coming back. And you're going to have to live with that. That's a danger that I was recently made aware of that danger. And that's something that's very frightening to think of our farmers working in those fields and having that potential of a bomb going off around them with shrapnel. And I can back this gentleman up on the bald eagles. I see them on and near my property regularly. Many sightings over the last several years. And my parents have as well. So that's very legitimate. Bald eagles are right around that area. Right at southeast of Milford by Old 71. The other point I wanted to make is when it comes to property values, what's happening here essentially, the effect. All of us acreage owners that don't own land that we're leasing to the wind energy company. Our property value is what's impacted. I've seen studies that 25% or more of your property value can be destroyed. So I'm looking at 60 to 70 grand coming out of my pocket. And so everyone making money out of this project, I think they should thank me for that money, because that's where it's coming from. Our property values are destroyed. And if they weren't allowed to build near our properties, that money would not go into their pockets. We're the ones who pay the price. Direct impact is going to be on us landowners that owned acreages in that area. We're not going to be able to resell for the value that we currently have. So that 60 to 70 grand that I'm going to lose causes me to have to work longer in retirement. I'm going to have to work past retirement. And somebody gets a nicer car because they took that 60 to 70 grand from my pocket. So that's all I have to say.
Alan Hagedorn, 2908 110th Street, Spirit Lake, Iowa. I have a lot of things to say. I didn't organize, didn't prepare, so I had to live this. First, I know there's several people that had no idea that this was happening. I know that, I mean, there's a few people I've talked to that have not signed the petition. You know, they certainly would if they had access to it. Other than that, there's, I mean, yep, just like the last lady said, I mean, I even have pictures of eagles on my property. I have pictures of deer out there, so on and so forth. Is it going to disturb them? Probably. Could it kill them? Yeah, maybe. You know, I just don't think it's right that we take and turn around and take from people that actually live in the area for others to profit from. And we really need to protect the rights of the people that live there, not just the people that take and want the wind turbines. There's a lot of people that live out in the rural areas. And they're there for a reason, because they like it. They don't like their landscape all messed up. You know, they actually like the lifestyle the way it is. Otherwise, they wouldn't be there. I'm going to try and keep my time short. My granddaughter, she's seen something before I even knew about this. She took an online, was looking at wind turbines. I have no idea why. She seen one that exploded, and she took and seen, it really bothered her. She felt that, you know, that it was very scary. Put it that way. Not that that happens all the time, but it does happen. And the setbacks are way out of line. I mean, the setbacks are way out of line. I wrote a letter, you take 1.1 times the setback of a 50-story, 500-foot tower, take and add a 200 and some odd foot blade across that, and you got 700 feet to the peak. So 1 times 0.1 times 700 feet is 770 feet. Well, it only has to throw a chunk of ice 70 feet off to the side to take and reach that public right of way. And let alone people's houses. I mean, that's very out of line for our setback. Preferably, I just soon not even see them in the area. I really vote no against taking and having any of this project in the area. I just don't see it being a benefit. And it's certainly not a benefit to the people of the country, not the countryside. Because I just don't see the advantage. I also heard that Emmett County, heard today that whether this is true or not, I have no idea. I heard they said they were not gonna put any more wind generators in their county. So I don't know if that's a fact or not. I can't tell you that. But I do know that we need to take a look at this a lot harder before we take and make any decisions, and I certainly don't approve it in any way. I know there's a lot of people that don't, like I say, I know there's other people that haven't signed the petition that will take and go ahead and fight for this. I mean, if it comes to that. I'm gonna cut my time short and let you go. I'm glad I'm not in your shoes.
Hi, I'm Shelley Kaiser. I'm a lifelong Dickinson County resident. I grew up in a lovely farm in southwest of Milford. And I went to school until I was in 6th grade at the rural Okoboji Township School out there. We had a ball. I live in Milford now at 1401 13th Street. My brother still farms out there, and he wouldn't have any of these windmills on his farmland. And he's got quite a bit of it. I have some too. Anyway, I'm not for them. I think there's got to be another way to be energy, to get our energy. These windmills are not conducive to our land, to our birds, to people. I actually had a friend over by Sibley who lived at her house, was right beside a field with a great big wind turbine. And we walked down that road. And as we walked down, those things, boom, 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 you know, who wants to live by that? She didn't have any choice. It was her neighbors. Anyway, I'm not going to be living by any of these areas, but I don't want to see the things. I don't want to, I'm sick of them. We've got to find an alternative energy. It's just not right. My daughter is also a member of Dickinson County, and she sent me a text, which I'm going to get here. She has a friend in Alaska, and she's been up there many times. And she wrote, in Alaska, the oil companies pay a dividend to all Alaskans for the privilege of getting to drill. It seems very unfair to pollute our landscape with these big eyesores and not give anything to anyone but the few wealthy landowners. The company has a valuation of $10 billion. If you are going to treat this state like a mining state, to take advantage of our natural resources, all Iowans should see a benefit, either in reduction of energy costs or the same kind of payment Alaskans receive. She wasn't able to be here tonight, but I told her I'd speak for her. And that's pretty much all I have to say, except please don't put these things here. We don't need any more. I drive around the lake and sometimes I can't even see the lake because of these monstrosities they're building around the lake. Now we got to have monstrosities out on all our fields too. Enough is enough. That's all I have to say.
Abigail Miles, 512 21st Street, Spirit Lake, Iowa. First of all, a big thank you to this board for a long 3 days. I've provided a few visual aids for you. The first page shows the height difference between the two existing turbines at the Spirit Lake School versus the proposed 591-foot size that the new turbines would be. Because of this picture, we have been accused of spreading false information and exaggerating the size. But this drawing is made to scale using professional software. It's that shocking. We used this example to show how much turbines have grown over the years, and because it's helpful to compare the new size to something we have all seen many times. We can all easily go drive out to the school and stand next to the turbines if we want to. The new size is 3.2 times taller than the small turbine in the photo and 2.3 times taller than the other one. The smaller one was put into commission in 1992 and the larger one in 2001. Neither one has been functioning for several years. They did not even see 20 years of use. The LLC went bankrupt and the school cannot get parts to repair them. The cost to decommission is around $500,000 each. So there they remain, a huge warning sign to all of us. It's important when considering this project to understand the massive scale of these new industrial sized turbines. Most of us have never seen turbines this large. The second page will show you photographs that were taken at 591 feet. Look how far you can see in those photos. These turbines will be visible from the other side of the county. The third page shows a map taken from the US turbine database. These only show existing turbines. I included the website that you can check out later for yourself. You just zoom in and click on any turbine in the USA. You can see the year it was commissioned and the size. Everything is listed in meters, which can be converted to feet by multiplying by 3.28. Shown on the left side of the map are the turbines to the west of Okoboji. These turbines are visible all around the lakes area. The total height of these is only 396 feet. As much as we dislike them and have our beautiful sunsets tainted by them, keep in mind they are a full 200 feet shorter than the new size. The ones we drive by going north on Highway 86 on the way to Lakefield are 387 feet, more than 200 feet shorter. These are massive when you drive by them, and you can see them for miles. But again, they pale in comparison to the new size. The first photo on the next page shows how many turbines are already in Iowa. We have already given up so much of our land and beautiful scenery. We need to understand that they won't stop until they have exploited every last possible inch of our state. Iowa is second, only behind Texas for wind energy produced, but Texas has 4.7 times the land mass of Iowa. When taking into consideration the number of turbines to land mass, we are almost doubling Texas. How much is too much? The second photo on that page shows the same map when I filter out turbines that are less than 591 feet. You can see there are very few of this size in Iowa, only 3 sites. I'm just trying to reinforce once again, most of us had never seen turbines of this size, and we don't have a clear understanding of how much this would negatively impact the scenery of the Iowa Great Lakes region. Turning our land and airspace into an industrial plant is not the right choice for this area. I ask this board to represent the wishes of the vast majority and deny the turbine permits. Thank you.
Roger Doyle, 3180 270th Street, Terrell, Iowa, clear down southeast corner. I've lived on my property for 23 years. There's several turbines going to be built down by me. 86 through 89 will be near me. I'll drive past all of them through the county on the way to work. I'm against this project for many, many reasons. Probably my biggest one is property values, and we haven't heard a lot about that until earlier tonight. I'm assuming or hoping you guys have done your homework, but I want to talk about a couple things here. Mr. Maroos actually claims there's zero impact on property value. Zero. I don't think we can believe that. His home sales comparisons he claimed were to houses 2 miles away from turbines. To me, 2 miles is still within a project. There's several contradictions to his analysis. Several studies and court decisions which have shown up to 55% hit to property value within several miles of wind turbine farms. There's a Forbes article which you have a copy of. One thing in there is the NIMBY. Not in my backyard. So even people that are for some of these things don't necessarily want them in their backyard. It continues on to say 20 states say there's a 20 to 50% hit in property value. Another one says within 2 miles, there's a 25 to 40% hit. Another one says within 2 kilometers or 1.2 miles, there's a 12% hit. It also contains links to 7 pages of other links saying that it affects property values. The next thing is there's a article or a paper from Iowa State University, Center for Ag Law and Taxation. I would think that'd be believable to our people because Iowa State and Ag, right? So this article goes on to say up to a 30% hit in one spot, 10% hit in another spot, 25 to 40% hit on property values in another spot. I only included, this is a 31-page article. I only included the part about valuation issues. It also references a study, which you also have. Before we look at that, this is actually written by Roger McGowan. I spoke to him today on the phone. He said this will absolutely affect my property values of my home. His contact info is on here. I'm only going to bring this up because it's mentioned in this paper from Iowa State. This study, which was performed by somebody else with a bunch of initials or a bunch of letters behind there, certifying them, right? It says there's a 12 to 43% hit if you're within a half mile. It just so happens there's an Invenergy project in this study. Moving on, 0% versus 55%, that's a huge difference. Obviously, zero is not right. What is right? I don't know. There's 2 sides to every story, right? Or 3 sides, your side, my side, and then the truth. I'm guessing it's somewhere in the middle, 25, 30%. I don't know. 25 to 30% hit on a $300,000 house, that's 75 to 90K. Who wants to lose that? I sure as heck don't. That needs to be protected. Property tax reductions will never, ever accommodate for that. We'll never make that up. If you want to throw out the studies, if you use common sense, sales and marketing, real estate fundamentals, sales and marketing 101, market price is based on supply and demand. Doesn't matter if it's houses, corn, beans, cattle, right? If you don't have a buyer, you have no market. You can't sell your product, right? Or your prices are going to be very, very low. We have 1,400 petition signatures that say they don't want to live around turbines. That means there's definitely 1,400 less buyers for my property. So I think that's going to affect it. It's inarguable that the turbines will reduce buyers, less competition, which is lower prices. Real estate 101, location, location, location. If you have 2 properties that are 100% equal, just one has turbines by them and the other one doesn't. The one that does not have turbines by it is definitely going to sell quicker and for more money. There's definitely a difference there. So I'm asking you, I'd rather not see this go through, but if you do approve it, it's my understanding you can approve it with modifications. Protect us in there. There is an agreement in here, property value guarantee agreement. Several states are using to guarantee property owners don't lose value. Thank you for your time.
My name is James Faggart. I live over on Babb Street in Spirit Lake, Iowa. And my wife and I just recently moved back here from Phoenix, Arizona. And I can tell you all the reasons that we moved here, but they would just be doing nothing but reiterating all the things that all these other people said, the beauty, the lake, the surrounding area. And that's what brought us back here. And what brings me here tonight is we're looking to purchase property, our next home in the lakes area, and we have wind towers. I can say that I used to live in a town that didn't have them, then had them. The pros and cons are there. Everybody's argument for them, against them is all legitimate, depending on which side of the fence you're on. But ultimately, once you make this decision, it cannot be undone. You will lose the scenic landscape that is nostalgic and brings people here from all over the Midwest to vacation. They don't come here to see industrial size wind towers. These things are going to be huge. They're very big. I want you to put them in perspective. And again, once they're there, they're not going to go away. The people of Dickinson County, I've heard about your history. I've married into a family that has history. You're very resilient people. I'm what you call, I came here in 95 and I've never left. And there's reasons for that. It's because of what Spirit Lake and the surrounding areas are to me. I tried moving away in 2020 to Phoenix. Like I said, we just got back. My wife is watching on Zoom, bit of a mistake. The city was not for us. We miss Spirit Lake, Iowa. We miss the open plains that are unfettered by buildings and major obstructions. And we plan on staying here. Ultimately, I want to thank all the board members for your service. You have been given a very, very difficult choice here tonight. The fors and the against. But in my presentation and having been a president of a board before, I understand the ultimate role, I believe, for you is stewardship of the land and how it is used through the permit process and everything here. So that is why I'm simply going to ask, we have a lot of emotion here, a lot of questions, unanswered things, and it's very emotional. And emotional shows passion and how much people truly care and want to preserve something. That is why I'm asking you, at the very least, hit the pause button on this until things like easements and other concerns can be addressed. Thank you very much for your time.
My name is Nancy Hykins, and I live at 2624 270th Street. And we're supposed to have a wind turbine straight east of our farm, about 1900 feet. But I want to tell a story of a friend of ours that lived around Harris Lake Park. And he had a wind turbine placed, it was Osceola County, 987 feet from his home. And he could not sleep at night. His name was Scott Reeder. He had many health problems and he lost 35 pounds. He's a farmer and this was his family farm. And finally, the doctor just told him that, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to move off of that farm because that wind turbine is causing you so many health problems. He couldn't sleep at night. Even in his basement, he tried sleeping and he'd hear that whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And so he ended up moving off of his family farm and he his health was restored and now he has a home in Lake Park. But the sad thing is no one can lives at his premises at his farm because of the noise. So he can't even rent it out to anyone at all. So anyway, there's one of the things that I learned in nursing school years ago was sleep. Sleep is essential, our REM and non-REM sleep. And we don't get our sleep, we can't function properly. And other things it can just go down our immune system. We can end up with mental health issues. So I am concerned about having a wind turbine so close to many of these acreages and properties. And the other thing that Scott told me was the shadow flicker. It was like strobe lights in his home, at the certain times of the day, but it drove him batty. So, and then I actually had a lady come today to pick up a couple puppies, and she lives west of Milford, and she happened to tell me that there's some turbines there, and she has to put the blinds down because of the shadow flicker, and there's like a door that's constantly banging, and then I don't believe it's always been fixed, and hopefully it was fixed recently, and then she also said that it's the foghorn sound, the gearbox, it makes noise, and she said it's disruptive to her lifestyle. So anyway, I am concerned, and last but not least, I just passed this form around that shows that in Adair County, the fire. And if that would happen near our property, when the corn is still in the field and catch on fire and into our field, you can lose thousands and thousands of dollars. And there's also a few blades that have come off in Iowa here. There's one in Webster County in 2023, and that was a Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway. That was a 174-foot blade separated from a 260-foot tall Mid-American turbine in Webster County. But these are 600 feet tall, almost 591 is the tallest turbines that they plan. And the next page also shows a blade that came off in 2020. And that one was 177 feet long, 18,000 pounds, with a setback of 1,500 feet. And thankfully, nobody was injured. So anyway, thank you again to the Board of Adjustments for listening to our concerns. And it is a very heavy decision on all of you. And I just pray that you would protect the citizens of Dickinson County, their health and well-being. God bless. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leah Brower. I reside at 2882 220th Street in Terrell, and my home is located within the projected project area. We purchased our acreage in the fall of 2016 and took possession in January of 2017. We looked for an acreage for over 3 years. We looked at properties in Dickinson, Clay counties. We chose not to purchase west of Milford due to the wind turbines that were to the west of town. There was no disclosure of this probable project around our property when we purchased. Had we known that this project was in the works, we would have never considered our current property. We decided to move to the country to give our kids and our family a place of refuge. My sister and her husband, Tom, who are both graduates from Spirit Lake and Okoboji, currently live in LA. They come back every summer and every Christmas so that their daughter knows what it's like to live in a rural area, to be in the rural area, to see the wide open spaces, to be able to see the stars and the fireflies and play in the snow. We also have family that comes from Austin, Texas, Houston, Texas, Denver, Colorado, to experience the peace and tranquility that we have for our rural lifestyle. We purchased our acreage for it to be a gathering place for our families. I don't want to leave my home, but that is what you will force me to do if you approve this project. I have heard many letters and comments about the farmers' rights, and it's their right to do what they want with their land. It is their right. I agree. However, it's not their right to infringe upon my rights. And that's exactly what's happening. The current Dickinson County ordinance does not protect me, my family, or my rights. Allowing the setback to be measured from my home instead of my property line is trespass zoning. What other business practice or building practice allows measurement on an adjacent property? I also just want to clarify a couple of things. DC3 was originally started by neighbors that were not given a voice. The original DC3 goal was to work with the county to ensure that the non-participating landowners were protected and their rights were not infringed upon. We are the smallest county in Iowa by land mass. Soon there will be nothing left. We already have 147 turbines in our county. However, those 147 turbines are 200 feet smaller than the proposed turbines. Have any of you traveled to the areas where they have turbines the size that they're proposed? Over by Ledyard, down by Des Moines. There's not very many in Iowa. But we're proposing to put in this project alone, possibly 89, and there's two other projects that are proposed with the same size turbines. Can all of you honestly say that you visited all of the turbine sites or that you read the entire application? The Planning and Zoning Board agreed that the current ordinance written in 2009 is outdated and needs to be updated. A request for a moratorium was presented to the Board of Supervisors to allow time for the ordinance to be updated. No action was taken. In fact, the request was ignored. This project has been hidden from the public for years. We keep hearing about the 12 founding members of Red Rock. Well, these 12 founding members of Red Rock have had more than enough time to ensure they have positioned themselves and nominated others into roles to assist them in getting this project approved and lining their pockets. Jennifer Johnson Ross did the appropriate thing by recusing herself and not taking part in any of this discussion on this matter. However, we have Board of Supervisors members that have signed leases and have never recused themselves and have directly lobbied for the Red Rock project to the community at various locations. You, as the Board of Adjustments, have become scapegoats for our Board of Supervisors and our planning and zoning. Invenergy's information they presented is full of outdated studies, half-truths, and incomplete plans. The taxes that they will pay to Dickinson County are our tax dollars. We paid those taxes with our money. Invenergy agreed in August to sell 580 million tax credits to Bank of America, which we've already heard tonight. Invenergy is a corporate bully that has tried to sue many counties in Iowa to get what they want. They threatened Dickinson County with a lawsuit when a moratorium was requested. Is this the type of business we want in our county? Now we stand at a crossroads. The moratorium request is ignored. The ordinance has not been updated. The only action for you to take is deny this application and let Invenergy know that we, the people, do not want this in our backyard. Also, Stephen, my husband's looking forward to your response on the conflict of interest. My husband's looking forward to your response on the conflict of interest.
Greetings, board members. My name is Austin Fairchild. I live at 703 North State Street in Terrell, Iowa. I am a Terrell native. I currently reside in Terrell, Iowa with my wife, who is a rural Terrell native, and our young 2 daughters. I left Terrell for 4 years to pursue a degree in economics. I obtained the degree in economics, and I did not need the degree in economics to realize during my commutes home to Terrell, Iowa, that wind industry was poised for growth. I was aware of the Red Rock Wind Farm project. I remember using sources for a term paper I wrote on Red Rock wind and growth in wind energy, and I used public sources, and at the time, Red Rock had a website. Red Rock Wind was one of many projects in the wind construction pipeline with the benefit of being started by local landowners. My paper concluded that growth occurring in the wind industry was undeniable. My desire to get into the wind industry was confirmed from networking with fellow Iowa Great Lakes natives who had graduated from Iowa Lakes Community College Wind Energy and Turbine Technology program. My mind was made up. I enrolled in ILCC Wind program myself. I was fortunate to get an internship working at ILEC GE 1.5 megawatt turbines at Superior and Lakota. I had a full-time job with Iberdrola Renewables before graduation from ILCC. I am not piping up my own bio here. I'm stressing that my story is not unique. Many are like me. Many have worked, played, and raised families in the Iowa Great Lakes corridor, employed by the wind farms right here in our back door, right now. We have already developed near Jaeger Slough, Dugout Slough. I work at that wind farm. It's 20 years old. There is a lady up here that complained about door hatches. She needs to contact us immediately, I will be happy to climb up there and do all I can as a technician. Terrell poverty rate is over 20%. As a city council member, I do not speak for the whole council, but I realize the city of Terrell and school district will experience considerable direct and indirect benefits of such a capital intensive project. The benefits far outweigh the costs for this project. Surely Invenergy and non-participating landowners can come to a fair agreement by eliminating shadow flicker or minimize it and fairly compensate non-participating landowners. This is the democratic system. Let us work together to make a project that clearly makes sense and award and compensate the landowners that didn't agree to it. A wind turbine is an undeniable added hazard for ag pilots. However, I have personally seen many acres within the footprint of every site I've ever worked at sprayed successfully via crop duster. I know both can coexist. It was stated that turbines would have limited impact to the local schools. This isn't exactly correct. This is not exactly correct, especially for Grettinger Terrell. GT is more of a property poor school district with tax base largely agricultural real estate. The school board sets the budget and then it is funded how they see fit. While we would see some negation on the general fund, given the standard $5.40 per $1,000 valuation would compromise a larger share of our general fund, thereby reducing state aid. The significant increase to our taxable valuation because the turbines would have material positive impact on the additional levy rate for the general fund and discretionary levies, including cash reserve, management fund, and debt service. I urge you to realize the benefits and opportunities the wind industry has already brought to the Iowa Great Lakes corridor. I echo Mr. Lutat's comments that the turbine environmental payback can be done within 6 months to a year. If you would like to decrease the number of bald eagle kills, perhaps we should limit lead tackle in our Great Lakes system. Perhaps we should limit lead being used in these hunting areas near us, which it already is on public land. It is very clearly that lead impacts more bald eagle deaths than anything else. In terms of other infrastructure, bats, buildings, windows, guy wires, all of these communication towers, all of these have way more deaths on birds than wind turbines. I am an active hunter and fisher myself. I have limited out on pheasants near wind turbines multiple times. Please approve this project. Listen to all voices, listen to all concerns. Allow the benefits of the wind industry to continue in Dickinson County. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Greg Jorgensen. I'm a lifelong resident of Milford, Iowa. It's an honor to call Okoboji my home and want to say thank you to you board members. 3 long nights in a row. That's quite a service to our county. So we appreciate that. I think the last 3 years, all of us realize how important public officials are. Many of us, including myself, have been neglectful in getting involved. And so we're very appreciative, and it's beautiful to see both sides debating. And this is what makes our democratic republic such a beautiful thing. I'm a layperson when it comes to this, just an average citizen. But over my years, these recent years, I've had concerns about wind turbines, just one of those gut feelings. Obviously, had nothing to prove on paper, but it was just a concern in my heart and mind. I do appreciate, as a fellow citizen, should I continue? Okay. I do appreciate that we're trying to find new forms of energy. I think all of us want that. There's obviously a debate on whether that's needed, right? Debates on oil, natural gas, all those things. But I'm one who thinks it's a great thing to always be looking for new forms of energy. I happen to have friends that work in the wind energy industry. So this is a very tough and personal issue for me, where I've had tough debates with people that I love dearly, and there's tough disagreements. And so this is an emotional thing for all of us. So I, like a lot of people, have economic, environmental, political, health, and ethical struggles with the wind turbines. But the biggest issue for me that I struggle with, and the reason I would ask that you'd hit the pause button and also consider redoing the setback laws. My reason for that is because of beauty. That's my biggest issue, is beauty, more than any of those things. I was driving home from Esterville a few weeks ago. Like many of us, I was noticing the landscape and the skyline, the fields that were turning golden, the farmsteads, the trees, the blue skies. And I thought to myself, I don't want to lose this. Do we want to be finding new forms of energy? Absolutely. But we have to count the cost and the beauty of what makes Okoboji and Dickinson County what it is. And for me, I don't think it's not worth it. It's not worth losing the beautiful, simple landscape that we have. This spring, I was driving home from Omaha. I can't remember exactly where it was at. I think we took the Dickinson route, but there was one moment where the sun was setting and then it turned dark. And for a large portion of time on the way home, I just saw red lights, red lights, red lights. And at that time, I just thought, man, this doesn't feel right. Obviously, there's a price to pay, right? When you're looking at forms of energy and you count the cost, but I thought, what have we done? And are we making the right decision? And that was even before we got into the heat of this debate. This was last spring. There was another time in August where a friend of mine was working out. We were working out at the YMCA and they said, hey, come look at the sunset. So we went out behind the YMCA in Milford. We watched the sunset. It was beautiful, turning golden and orange. And I saw the little flicker of the wind turbines going around. And again, I just thought, man, I appreciate alternative forms of energy. I appreciate the debate. Where does beauty come into this, especially for a county like ours and an area like Okoboji, Spirit Lake, the Iowa Great Lakes? I would say that being a neighbor is a huge reality for me. What does it look like to hit the pause button, to communicate a little bit better? It's amazing, after 3-4 months of debating this as a county, there's still, I think the majority of people of our county probably are not very aware of the details of this debate. And so I would ask you to hit the pause button to make people aware so that we can then count the cost and be good neighbors. You know, what does that look like to find out what are good setback laws? I confessed, I'm almost done here because I know it's getting late. We got one more, right? I confessed at the Board of Supervisors meeting that one time I've been a bad boy when it comes to being a neighbor. One time I was burning leaves and I thought to myself, you know what? I'm going to save some money and rip out that old stinky carpet in my basement. So I brought the carpet up out of my basement and I put that in my pile of leaves, not realizing what carpet was made out of. And so black smoke was going everywhere and billowing into my neighbor's garage. And a few minutes later, the police officer showed up and said, what are you doing? And I thought, you know, I was scurrying around trying to put it out with a hose and it wasn't going out. There was other times where I've burned my leaves and it's gone. You know, the wind kind of shifts and it'll go into my neighbor's windows. And I thought, oh, maybe I can just get by with this real quick before they notice. Well, it was immaturity and it was a lack of communication. It was lack of being a good neighbor. And I'm not saying I'm a great neighbor now. I'm trying, I'm doing a little bit better. I've gone to my neighbors now and said, hey, I'm going to burn leaves. You okay with that? Can you shut your windows? Little things like that. And so that's what we're asking. I think the concerned citizens are asking, can we have some more conversations? Can we increase the setback laws? Can we go to each other and say, hey, do we need to shut our windows here, open them up? What's the cost that we're going to pay to do this? My last thing, Dickinson, or the Lakes News Shopper today, one of the citizens that's for the wind turbines was saying that people like me were being hypocritical because, hey, Greg, you're okay with big homes going up on the lake. You're not complaining about that. You're not complaining about these big condos. Well, I'm 49 years old. I'm finally starting to realize what makes a city a city. I'm starting to realize how neglectful I've been. I'm starting to realize why and how we need to get involved as citizens. And I think this guy makes a good point. I think we need to see how important meetings like this is. So please consider being a good neighbor and communicating. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just gotta be down a little bit. Hi, I'm Connie Cable from 1979 190th Street, Milford. Obviously, I didn't come here tonight to speak, but I need to address a couple things that I've heard along the way, and this is from a matter of experience. My husband and I had manure hauling business for a lot of years, 20 some years. We worked under the wind turbines and in my opinion, don't worry about the wildlife. We never saw any dead animals. We were beside wildlife areas that had wind turbines not too far away. And we always saw wildlife there. Just a point. The other thing is, I personally have counted Dickinson County for years and years as a very special county because I equate it to a three-legged stool, which is a pretty strong thing that you can have. Dickinson County has tourism, they have agriculture, they have manufacturing. Of course, the tourism part gets more attention. I don't think that the farming community has a problem with that in general. But on this one, I'm just here to ask, how about supporting our agricultural part of that three-legged stool? That's all.
Does anyone else wish to speak? You've already spoke. Anyone new? No, sir. Patrick, I need you to sit down, please. Patrick, I need you to sit down, please. You had your 5 minutes.
I'm not talking about that. I want a question to the chair. If you're gonna shut me down, and you'll live with it. Question.
Would anyone else new like to speak? Okay. We need to close the public.
Okay, at this point of our meeting, we are at the end of the public portion of the comments, and that part of the meeting is now closed, and I'd like to take a 5-minute recess. And then we will have Red Rock make their rebuttal. So we'll start in 5 minutes. Red Rock is going to have their they will have their discussion and rebuttal.
We'll be moving to the next portion of our meeting. Yeah. Yeah, want me to get the ice? I can do
Okay.
Yeah, that's not how it's talking about. No, I wanna go, I'll go.
I didn't know.
Okay, if we take our seats, we'll go ahead and get started.
Just ask. Sure, but it's great. Or I would just invite her to begin their rebuttal presentation.
Okay, at this point, I would like Red Rock, you have the opportunity to respond to some of the things that we've heard, and at this point, again, the public part of our discussion has ended, so it's between a discussion with Red Rock and the board. No. That-
Okay, there's never, we do not put a time limit on the end of our rebuttal application.
Way it's always been.
Okay,
Thank you, board. Kate Millar with Invenergy of Red Rock. I will try to keep comments brief in the interest of time. I know this has been a long couple of days and we thank you for your attention and
diligence in this matter, and to the public who have turned out to share with us their thoughts and concerns and support for the project as well. So we just want to acknowledge the time you spent on this. First, I want to say that this project is possible because of the landowners who came together and started this project. This was a grassroots initiative of landowners who founded this project, and Invenergy took the project over in 2019 to continue the hard work that they had started. And we're proud to have brought the project forward to the Dickinson County application stage. We view our role tonight.
Excuse me, if we could just pause for a moment until Megan gets the crowd outside under control, because our board cannot hear her speak. Thank you.
Just shut the door. Phil, could you shut the door?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, no problem. We view our role tonight as a continued resource to you, the board, and we want to just cover a couple items to make sure that there is no confusion or misinformation. There were questions asked of us on Monday, and there's a couple items we'll follow back up with. But I want to highlight too that many of our subject matter experts have remained in case there are questions from the board, but they'll also give some brief statements. So it's just our hope that we can demonstrate to you the thoroughness of our application and answer any remaining questions that you may have. As I already mentioned, this project was started by area landowners. So I just want to acknowledge that history. There's been a lot of talk about, you know, who is participating in this project, and we just want to highlight that this was started by area landowners, and we're just continuing that work. It's been 15 years in the making to this point. As you've heard, there are many benefits in your community. We're rooting for this project for the numerous benefits that it will bring, from the economic to the domestic clean energy, improvements to school and local infrastructure. We've tried to highlight those in our application and our presentation. As soon as I'm finished, I'll invite the next subject matter expert up and have them continue unless you have a different format. First item that I felt like was just left on Monday that I want to close out was the ADLS. We've heard from a lot of community members who had questions about the safety of flying aircraft in the area. And if we had the implementation of aircraft detection lighting system on our facility to reduce the runtime of the red FAA lights that run at night, we wanted to just address the efficiency, the effectiveness of that system. The ADLS technology, while it's cutting edge, it is a mature and proven technology. It cuts the runtime so that there's less lights on at night, and those lights instead come on when there is aircraft in the area. So they are designed to detect aircraft in a certain area around the turbine. We're able to set that to 3 nautical miles. And so if aircraft comes into the area, it turns the lights on. The aircraft in the area, it is not required to have any safety equipment on board. For example, there were concerns about whether GPS is required on an aerial applicator. That's not required. It's radar. It will pick up aircraft regardless of the technology they have. So we just want to make sure that was clear to the board. This technology, it's been approved by the FAA for some sites. And so it was our commitment to try to work with the FAA to implement this, considering, you know, we get a permit for this project, we would turn around and try to work with the FAA to implement that on this site. We heard a letter read to the board from the mayor of Milford with some questions about the Fuller Airport. There was a question raised as to whether the FAA had notified the airport. So we did reach out to the FAA to seek confirmation that they had done their responsibility. It's the FAA's responsibility to coordinate before or seek public comment prior to issuing determinations of no hazard. And we did get confirmation from the FAA that they had done that with the Fuller Airport. So we got that layer of information. I thought the board might be interested to just know that. The board had asked me on Monday night where turbine components come from. I won't spend a lot of time on this, but I did get the information for all of the proposed turbines in our application. Siemens Gamesa's blade manufacturing is in Fort Madison, Iowa. Their nacelle and hub assembly is in Kansas.
Vestas, as I mentioned, is in Colorado, and GE's nacelles and hub assembly is in Pensacola, Florida. Their blades are from Grand Forks, North Dakota. The most likely supplier of the towers for this project is located in Illinois, Iowa, and Oklahoma. That's Arcosa. Our ACS lead, John, isn't able to be here tonight, but there were questions from the board about some of the IDNR consultation. I wanted to close that out for you. So first, in our initial consultation with the Iowa Department of Natural Resources, the IDNR, we consult with them on natural resources related to our project. They issued general recommendations. Those recommendations are made for every project, regardless of the local conditions or other site-specific data, which would be ours, the project's responsibility to gather. So those recommendations, and for the board's benefit, I'll outline those. One was a 1 mile buffer around all public lands within the project area, and a 2 mile buffer around all public land complexes that are over 2,000 acres in size. Complexes identified over 2,000 acres include Trumbull Lake, the Spring Run complex, and the Ingham High complex adjacent. As John mentioned at length, we did significant survey and study of the area. Red Rock proposed maintaining the 2 mile buffer around Trumbull Lake following those surveys and Ingham High. In fact, we are providing a significantly larger buffer around those areas in our project today because they were of greater concern during those conversations with the IDNR. So we were responsive and cited our project accordingly based on recommendations from the IDNR and our site-specific surveys. Based on that data that we collected and those discussions, we have incorporated an approximately 1.2 mile buffer around the Spring Run complex, which was based on that data. We then shared all the buffers that the project implemented, and IDNR did not raise concerns, which is what John had highlighted. They were pleased with our responsiveness to their feedback, specifically avoiding siting turbines in the area near Trumbull Lake. IDNR's recommendations or buffers are not a legal or regulatory requirement. They are a recommendation. We will follow all applicable law and permit requirements of the environmental regulators. We recognize that the environmental regulators are the IDNR and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Army Corps of Engineers. They have the skills and resources necessary to help us design a project that minimizes and avoids environmental impacts. That's why we have worked so closely with them during the siting process. Before I turn it over to David Loomis, who can talk more and clarify some of the questions around the economic benefits and property taxes, I just again want to thank this board. We hold ourselves to a high standard, and we pride ourselves on not only being industry leaders, but community members. And so we have designed this project and developed it with that commitment in mind. Siting a project takes a balancing of all resources and community impact, and taking comments from the public, and we have done that in our siting process. This project was originally a much larger project. It was a 500 megawatt project. Now today it's 300. So we've brought it down significantly, and that's a result of our study and our consultation iterative processes. We've proposed a lot of measures in our application. They've been discussed, but I just want to highlight again that there are a number of things that this project is willing to do, including siting measures like the willingness to implement ADLS to reduce the runtime of those lights at night, voluntary standards that we applied to ourselves for noise, flicker, as well as some of the certain environmental setbacks. There are a number of turbines that we had received determinations of no hazard from the FAA, and those were not included in our application because we had elected to not pursue those based on factors in the community. So I want to just thank the board. As you have questions, we're here. And while I'm addressing this comment to the board, to all the landowners and community members who have come out and shared their time with us. We're sitting here, we hear it, we appreciate their feedback.
Good evening, David Loomis with Strategic Economic Research LLC. I just wanted to make two clarifying points on the things that we heard. The first was you heard a number of questions about the effects of the wind project on tourism. And I just wanted to say that tourism and the wind project are not a zero-sum game. It doesn't mean that tourism is going to lose if the wind project comes in. The county can benefit from both tourism and the wind project. I didn't hear any evidence of a tourism decline, just personal opinion, fears that maybe that would be the case. Nor have I seen any evidence of a loss of tourism in other areas of Iowa, nor from the Iowa Tourism Office that was cited by a number of people in terms of the statistics for the county on the economic impact to the area. There's no mention of the numerous wind projects that are across Iowa. Secondly, regarding property taxes, the taxes do ramp up, and I do spell this out in the report, but in my brief explanation, it may not have been clear. So there is a ramp up from the first year to year 7, and then at year 7, there's a steady state. And so that's why I tried, in addition to giving the total tax number, also gave you the annual average number, which helps to, give a truer picture with those that early years ramp up. There was a question about the taxable value of the wind project, and that it was going to be determined by Red Rock Wind. And the taxable value is not determined by them, but that would be the responsibility of Dickinson County Assessor to determine the value of the wind project. And Red Rock Wind will pay property tax amounts to the school districts in the amounts that I showed in my tables, but I may not have been as clear in terms of that. That is the money that is going into the school district. There is, as was pointed out, a balancing act between state aid and what gets received from local resources. And so the full amount of the increased spending, how much will the school district get to actually spend of that money that's coming in, will be impacted by the state aid formula. But there's a lot of variables that go into that state aid formula. And so it's really impossible to give an exact amount to say what the increased spending for the school districts will be, other than to say it's going to be a net positive for schools. And they will receive these tax dollars from Red Rock Wind. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Evening, Jonathan Rogers, Professor of Aerospace Engineering at Georgia Tech. I wanted to briefly touch on a couple items that were brought up in some of the letters in the public comment period. The first one has to do with aircraft operations in the vicinity of wind turbines. There was one concern that was brought up about the safety of flight downwind of a wind turbine due to turbulence in the wind turbine wake, and whether it was safe for aircraft to fly near them. That's actually been a concern that's been raised at other wind farm permitting hearings across the US and Canada. I was recently involved in some analysis for 2 prospective wind farms in Alberta, and asked by the Alberta Utilities Commission to study that question. So over the past year, we built simulation models of aircraft flying through wind turbine wakes, did extensive studies, and showed that in fact, the amount of turbulence that an aircraft is subjected to due to the turbine wake is significantly smaller than anything it would normally be subjected to just due to atmospheric turbulence, to the point where it wouldn't be noticeable by the pilot, really. We're always interested in real world data to back up those simulation predictions. So I worked with a pilot in Alberta to go fly near wind turbines, carrying sensor packages that I designed myself and worked with him to install. Those flights were conducted only 9 days ago. we flew in the vicinity of approximately 100 turbine wind farm in Alberta, purposefully flying in the wake as close as 200 meters to the turbine on multiple passes, recording flight data. And I've analyzed that flight data really over the past 9 days. And you can't tell the difference between flying inside the wake and outside the wake, confirming our findings that there is actually no noticeable difference flying inside and outside the wake. I did also some research as part of that work with publicly available databases. And it turns out that in the United States, there's 1,396 utility scale wind turbines within 3 kilometers or 1.9 miles of small airports, some of which are at which aerial sprayer operations are based. And those are current numbers as of a few months ago. At the same time, I searched NTSB and FAA accident databases thoroughly, trying to find records of any accident caused by wind turbine wake turbulence, and I was not able to find anything. And so that doesn't prove that there is no hazard, but it does reinforce the findings of both our simulation models and the flight experiments that we recently conducted. The last topic that I'm going to cover briefly is there was mention of an effect called turbine shadowing, where in the immediate vicinity of a wind farm, the surface temperatures can rise. That phenomenon has actually been known for 15 to 20 years. Because of the slowdown in wind speeds, the energy extracted from the air, it does actually cause a little bit of warming in the immediate vicinity of the wind turbines. Not so much that you would actually feel it, but over long time periods, when we take average temperatures, we can see a very small increase. However, it's been shown that not only, it's been shown that that's actually a benefit to the crops that are planted near there, as that additional increase in temperature actually prevents the formation of dew or lowers the frequency of formation of dew, which is helpful for crops. And it's not been shown to be any sort of issue. And it's also been shown to pale in comparison as far as from a climate change perspective. It's significantly outweighed by the decarbonization that wind farms provide. So with that, I will turn it over to the next speaker.
Good evening, Joanne Blank from Stantec Consulting regarding shadow flicker. I have just a very few small comments that I'd like to discuss. One of them is regarding the comment that was made about glare versus shadow flicker. And I just wanted to point out that glare and shadow flicker are two very different things. Shadow flicker is a difference in the light intensity due to the blades turning in front of the sun, which is similar to driving down a road and passing by trees with the sun behind them. Glare comes from the light or the sun reflecting off a surface, a shiny flat surface, such as a window or the water. And the takeaway on this is that, or the big point on this is that we don't get glare from turbines or from the blades. And that is because modern turbines are actually coated with a paint or a coating that does not allow any glare. So it is an anti-reflective coating. And so there is no glare that comes off of blades or the turbines. So it's not a concern. A couple other just very small things that I just like to point out again. And that has to do with the very conservative, we talk about the 30 annual hours of shadow flicker that, that may happen on some of the homes. Just a couple very brief points. And, one of them is that the model itself measures the shadow flicker up to 1.25 miles from every turbine. And it does not take into the account that shadow flicker diminishes greatly and dissipates with distance. And that's due not only to the atmospheric scattering of light, but also the fact that as it gets further away, the tip of the blade, the ratio of the tip of the blade to to the disk of the sun that it's rotating gets smaller and smaller. So the model doesn't take into that into account. And therefore those numbers are larger. So that's one conservative thing. Another one is, and I pointed this out before, that we are not modeling any blocking from vegetation or from buildings. And especially late in the day and in the summer season, there's going to be quite a bit of blocking. That is not considered in any of our numbers either. And then probably the biggest thing, and you know, several of us have reiterated this over and over, and that is that at this point, there's 101 turbines that are there are 101 turbine locations that there might be potential turbines on. However, maximum of 89 of those turbines would be built. And in our case, we modeled the shadow flicker with the largest turbine with the largest rotor blade at all 101 sites. And even if there were 89 built, there would not be 89 of those largest turbines. So the net on this is that the shadow flicker is going to be significantly smaller than the number that we've given in our models. And I'll be happy to answer any questions this evening if you have any. Thank you.
Good evening, Mike Hankard Environmental, Verona, Wisconsin. I'd like to respond to 3 points that I heard on the regarding noise from the public. The first was that our modeling is just that, it's just modeling, that it's not real world. And certainly the model itself is a mathematical model. We don't have turbines out there right now. But as I mentioned in my presentation, myself, my staff, other researchers, we are constantly going out to operating wind farms. I visit about 4 a year. We've got about 20 or so in our database. And we are using the data that we collect at these farms to validate our model. So in that sense, the model is very real world, and it's been tuned or calibrated, if you will, to over predict. And that's very purposeful to make sure that a project like this absolutely meets the limit and that we don't have any non-compliance issues. The second point that I heard was that people in the community spend time outside in their yards. We predicted noise levels at the residences themselves. But the comment was made, well, we have the right to use our yard and get away from the residents, perhaps closer to the turbines, and that is certainly understood. Keep in mind, I guess the point I'd like to make to the board is that these levels in the mid 40s, that's what we're talking about, 45, 46, 47 dBA. This is completely compatible with one having a conversation in their yard. I heard that children won't be able to play. I see no basis for that. Again, you can converse in these levels quite easily. There's no impact from that perspective. The last point I would like to respond to is that the attorney for the DC group noted that I had said in my presentation that wind turbines are quiet relative to other sources of industrial noise, and that I did say that, and it's true. So gas-fired power plants are louder, coal-fired power plants are louder, factories are louder, gravel pits are louder. But you made the comment, or the comment was made that, you know, out in this rural area, that's not what you have. Fair enough. So what was not reiterated, but I would like to reiterate, is that on the studies that we do, it's often difficult to separate or to hear, to measure the turbines relative to the crickets, and to the birds, and to the wind, particularly the wind, because it often comes along with the turbine operations. And in fact, on one recent project, just a couple of weeks ago, we had some levels that were a little loud. And so we dug into them, we investigated. We put audio recorders on all of our monitors so that we can go back and listen. What was it? And it took us a little bit of listening to hear it, but we finally heard it. It was a combine in the distance. So, you know, these wind turbines are very similar in level to your existing agricultural operations as well. So those are the 3 points I heard. I'd like to turn it over now to Dr. Ellenbogen.
Good evening, Jeff Ellenbogen, medical doctor from Baltimore, Maryland. Good to be with you again. I'll keep it very short. I just wanted to respond to a couple of comments that I heard over the last couple of days. We heard some examples of people who had health effects living near wind turbines. In fact, this evening, a nurse shared an example of someone who had a sleep disorder related to the turbine. And I have no doubt in the story. I have no doubt in the sincerity of the reason it was told and the empathy from which it comes and the concern for which it's raised. It must be frustrating for her and the others to hear that wind turbines at the levels that you are discussing in this project don't cause health effects, including sleep disorders. In fact, I've seen folks who have had such issues and spent time with their concern relative to the turbine rather than seeking health help from a medical doctor or nurse and so forth. And that means that they didn't care for their common problem: sleep apnea, insomnia, restless leg syndrome, circadian rhythm disorders, pain, emotional distress, and so forth. Many, many things that cause, common things that cause sleep problems. Wind turbines is not one of them. On Monday, I spoke about some recent excellent studies, field study by Health Canada, some laboratory studies that looked at dozens of health outcomes from wind turbine noise, infrasound, low frequency and audible noise. And none of the health outcomes were demonstrated. In other words, they weren't causing any of these health outcomes. The one notable exception was a small amount of people in the Health Canada study had reported annoyance. And the authors of that study showed the statistical disclosure of the full amount of that annoyance. And interestingly, it was not due to the noise, but rather the major variable that was causing annoyance was concern for personal safety. The authors of Health Canada felt that that was due to fear. And last night, the attorney for DC3 said that nowhere in Health Canada is the term fear described. And she described me as sharing misinformation. So I just wanted to quickly clarify for the record. Pardon me for reading, but I just want to make sure I get it exactly right. Health Canada said that fear of a noise source may be the most important non-acoustic variable related to annoyance. And I'd be happy to share that citation with you. Where does this fear come from? Where does the concern for personal safety come from? I don't think one has to look further than the letter that was read from Dr. Ben Johnson in this hearing. He is a retired cardiologist. I don't know him personally. I don't know his history. I don't have any reason to believe he isn't an excellent human and an excellent doctor. But his description of health issues related to wind turbines was not excellent. In fact, I think it does a great disservice to this community by sharing information that speculates about serious health issues, even though the science clearly demonstrates that those issues are not present. And his speculation, coupled with ignoring the science that I shared with you, is really troubling in terms of a feeling that you're actually focusing on the source of why people were finding turbines annoying to them. In close, what I said Monday stands tonight. This project does not have a health issue, and I have no comment, obviously, on any of the other issues, but from a health point of view, that is not a concern for you with this project. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Brett Dublinsky. I am outside counsel for Red Rock Wind in Iowa. I'm based in Des Moines. I live in Urbandale, and I've been doing almost exclusively energy and communications and related infrastructure law for about 25 years now. Everything from cell towers when I first started, fiber optics, wind farms, solar farms, and I have also been vice chair of the Bar Association's government practice section and do the case law update every year for their CLE. So I have a pretty good sense of the lay of the land and over about 100 permitting proceedings, I get to see an awful lot of what common practice is and what ordinances are in different counties around the state. And that's probably a good time to stop, and like so many other people have done, thank you all and give an appreciation for your hard work and your service. Like I said, I see a lot of boards of adjustment, of supervisors, what have you. And I think your stamina and diligence the last couple of days certainly rank right up there with the meetings I've been in. And I appreciate the model you've set for decorum, and I appreciate the citizens for and against for what I think has been a very informative and very civil meeting, and I appreciate that. But on a more personal level, I am pleased to be back in Dickinson County. I actually have very deep and longstanding ties to the Lakes area. My grandfather was superintendent of Spirit Lake schools for 20 years. My mother graduated from Spirit Lake, and I spent, both as a child and an adult, a lot of time over at the house on Gary Avenue and walking the short 1.5 blocks down to the lakeshore. So I do have an interest in the success of the Lakes area. I want to keep this at a reasonable length, so I'm not going to be able to address each and every individual point that's been raised in the last couple of days that may otherwise be of legal interest. Certainly happy, as I think all of us on the team are, to stay around and answer questions afterwards if there's any particular point that I missed that you have interest in. But mainly I want to broadly make a handful of bigger picture points that hopefully cover a lot of what you've heard in terms of objections to the project. And first and foremost, I want to start where Chair Ashland has started each meeting, and that is that the Board of Adjustment is a quasi-judicial body that applies the ordinance that was passed by the Board of Supervisors. In that regard, your role is like that of a court or judges, and the supervisor's role is like the legislature. The supervisors make the policy decisions, and this board's task is to apply that ordinance to the application that happens to come across your desk, compare it to the ordinance to see if it satisfies it, and to do that based on the actual evidence in the record. A great many of the comments that you've heard over the last 3 evenings have really gone to policy matters. Essentially, people arguing they'd like a different ordinance, or they'd like different requirements in that ordinance, or even a moratorium, and frankly, a pause is just another word for moratorium, on wind projects. But those are arguments for the Board of Supervisors. Here, Red Rock's very thorough application, as several commenters have noted, coming in around 2,000 pages of information, and the testimony of its internal and outside experts have shown that the application meets all of the requirements in the ordinance, and in many ways goes above and beyond those requirements in terms of providing information and protecting other interests in the county, as well as going above and beyond other regulatory requirements, which you've heard about just a little while ago. And while there's been a fair amount of talk about 200 plus turbines, it's worth reiterating that the actual application before the board tonight is not about 200 plus turbines or 200 or 100. It's about a maximum of 83 turbines in Dickinson County, and quite likely less. So what about claims you've heard to the contrary, that the board should not or cannot approve Red Rock's application? Let me make a few broad observations, and then I want to address a few items in a little more detail, including some of Ms. Hunter's letter. I want to start with the, I think, somewhat obvious point that whilst there are always people who are new to a particular proposed wind project and understandably have questions and concerns about that, the utility scale wind energy is not at all new to Iowa. Utility scale wind has been in operation in Iowa since 1997 for over 25 years, a quarter of a century, and more than 6,000 turbines are currently in operation in Iowa, many of those for well over a decade. Virtually all of these are in rural Iowa. Some are also in high tourism areas like Cerro Gordo County, which also counts on tourism based on its lake. And as you might imagine, many, perhaps most of the concerns raised about the Red Rock project have been raised repeatedly over the past 25 years. Yet with all of that data to draw on, 6,000 turbines, 25 years, no one has brought forth actual evidence of these adverse predictions that come up project after project after project actually coming true. The reality is that there have been no significant demonstrable problems that can be shown to be directly related to these wind farms, whether it's safety, property values, impacts on tourism, exploding turbines, aerial spraying limitations, ice throw liability, or any of the other predicted problems over 25 years of actual real world experience in Iowa. And a lot of those in the last, particularly 5 to 10 years have been much taller. We keep hearing about this era of 290-foot turbines. A lot of those have been 490 to 499-foot turbines in counties that often have setbacks that are 1,000 feet, 1,200 feet, and I'll talk a little bit more about the setbacks here in a minute. Because the board's task is to evaluate the evidence in the record, it's also important to talk a bit about the nature of that evidence. Certainly, the key evidence before you is the application itself and the materials that are included with that submittal. But there are a couple of other observations I want to make about the evidence before the board. First, this is not just a counting exercise. Who had more letters or speakers or signatures on a petition? This board is in a position better than most to be aware of the fact that people who are opposed to things tend to be louder about that than people who are in support. A petition shows that a group of people subjectively don't like something, but it says nothing about the actual criteria in the ordinance. A survey can't answer a scientific or an economic question, nor can a petition. It may be important for elected officials making a political decision on policy, but again, it's not the kind of thing that judges rely on. That is, it's not evidence in a quasi-judicial proceeding. Moreover, you can have the problem of large numbers of people being opposed to many different things at the same time. So mention was made and an article was provided to you last night called Not in My Backyard. And there's an interesting discussion in that article about the things that people have opposed and have managed to block with their opposition. And it includes an oil pipeline, natural gas pipelines, wind projects, solar projects, all have been blocked through organized opposition and legal challenges. Presumably, everybody wants the lights to work and the heat to come on when they flip the switch. But it's also true that most people don't like any of the infrastructure that makes that happen. And that is where quasi-judicial neutral bodies like the Board of Adjustment are particularly important. Opposing a given project may make sense for a particular individual, but collectively, the results are contrary to a larger objective. This project provides economic benefits to the county and all of its residents. It is consistent with policies set by the supervisors, and it's supported by the official public policy of the state of Iowa. And in fact, going back to what I said earlier about opposition generally being more visible than support, the number of letters and speakers in support and the strong emphatic points they made were significant in number. And of particular note, I found interesting the former Board of Supervisors, a longtime Board of Supervisors member from Carroll County, who has actually lived through this process and then what comes after, living with both the benefits and the concerns in the community about a wind project. Second, there have been suggestions that the professional opinions, reports, and testimony provided by Red Rock's witnesses is biased. And it's certainly easy to try and dismiss evidence against your position by simply saying, well, clearly they're biased. But the board should take a closer look at what various witnesses bring to the table and ask with regard to the evidence before you, what are the credentials of the witnesses and what do those credentials say about that person's ability to really know the subject matter at a detailed level? Were they here to answer questions for the board and be accountable for their positions? Did they show or describe their methodology? Did they rely on peer-reviewed science in reaching their conclusions? The board has heard a lot of arguments, and I don't fault laypersons for this, as obviously is the bulk of what people will do when they're trying to satisfy their own concerns. But you've heard a lot of, everyone knows that, or I read an article that said, or I got on Google, or just I believe. And I would just encourage the board to be careful discounting actual professional thorough scientific studies in exchange for unsupported beliefs or things that are just pulled off of random information out on Google. The folks that are presenting these studies on behalf of Red Rock are professionals who have deeply studied an issue, who have professional reputations at stake, and have demonstrated how they followed accepted scientific approaches to reach their conclusions. And in many of these issues, their testimony is the only actual evidence in the record before you. I want to note a little bit on Dr. Ben Johnson. That study and also the appendix that was provided by Ms. Hunter last night rely heavily on studies by Jerry Punch and Richard James. And I encourage you, when I say to look at an expert's methodology, to also note that in many cases, others before you have had a chance to evaluate some of these same experts. Mr. Punch and Punch and James together have actually had their testimony disallowed by several courts and several state utilities commissions. A federal district court in Oregon in 2016 disallowed Punch's testimony to the extent that it discussed non-audible infrasound and other low-frequency sound pulses causing adverse health effects, finding that that was not supported scientifically to a sufficient level to be considered evidence in the court. Both the South Dakota Public Utilities Commission and the Ohio Public Service Board have similarly rejected the testimony of Punch and James. Also, speculation about future events where no concrete steps have been taken is not considered evidence in Iowa. Concerns that you should deny Red Rock's permit, for example, because the land use nearby might change sometime over the life of the project, is not a legitimate basis to deny the permit. This issue was addressed directly in a case involving Story County's denial of a cell tower due to speculation about future land uses where no concrete steps had been taken to actually change the land use prior to the application for the cell tower permit. A federal court in Iowa reversed that denial. That case is Telecourt versus Story County. The last thing I want to note on evidence is that while I assume everyone presenting on both sides has had the best of intentions, some of the information put before the board is unfortunately demonstrably incorrect. Obviously, I think there's been some confusion about the turbines. Some people, when they tell you your decision involves 200 plus turbines, simply mean there are other projects out there being talked about. But it certainly has sounded like a fair number of commenters have thought that your decision tonight directly would approve more than 200 turbines, which simply is not accurate. Another clear example is a repeated claim that the growth of Iowa's wind energy has caused higher household electric rates. One commenter made the statement that an unidentified study showed that Iowa has the 8th highest electric rates in the country. Fortunately for all of us, that is just demonstrably not the case. The issue of where we rank comes up periodically at the Iowa Utilities Board, so I get to see a lot of those studies, but also just to pick one particularly reputable source, the state of Nebraska Department of Energy, in part because Nebraska is the only all public power state, and they get questioned on the wisdom of that often, does a survey every few years of all average electric rates in the states. Their last survey was released at the end of 2021, and that study showed that Iowa had the 14th cheapest average electric rates of all 50 states, 17% below the national average. And you can find all manner of studies, some that are newer than that, that come in sort of corroborating that in about the same place. 14th cheapest, 15th cheapest, 14% lower than national average, 17% lower than national average. But perhaps more telling, if you go to the US Department of Energy website or the Energy Information Administration website, you can pull data on which states have the highest amount of installed wind capacity. And if you compare the top 10 states in installed wind capacity back to that state average electric ranking, 9 of the top 10 states in wind capacity are below the national average. The only exception is California, which is sort of its own little world to begin with. But the fact that 9 of the 10 highest wind capacity states have below average electric rates is very telling. Wind energy is not driving rates up. Wind energy is keeping rates from going higher. And again, I could spend all night talking about some reasons why that is, and I'm happy to do that if you all have any questions. But there are reasons at the Iowa Utilities Board, there's other structural reasons. In fact, wind energy has been very good for Iowa ratepayers. Which brings me to Ms. Hunter's letter or letters. Notably, even the longer letter does not dispute that Red Rock's application is in substantial compliance with all of the objective criteria in the Dickinson County ordinance. It doesn't point to any objectively measurable criteria that the application comes up short of. The ordinance in Dickinson County primarily has such specific objective requirements, and Red Rock is being developed by an experienced team with a record of successful projects in Iowa and carefully followed the law and the county ordinance to make sure that it complied. But the ordinance also has some subjective language, some terms that are a little more vague. And it turns out that those softer, less substantive requirements are where all of DC3's legal arguments to you are being focused. And the problem is that those arguments, even on these subjective criteria, required Ms. Hunter to argue for unreasonable and extreme and absolutist interpretations of the terms of the ordinance. The readings and the interpretations that Ms. Hunter's letter suggests effectively nullify the ordinance's allowance of wind turbines. That is, the opponents of Red Rock Wind are inviting the Board of Adjustment to negate the ordinance that was passed by the Board of Supervisors and to negate state public policy. This board should, of course, decline that invitation. A good example that's repeated several times in the letter is that Ms. Hunter argues that any discernible sound or any shadow flicker would be, in the subjective language of the statute, quote, injurious to people's enjoyment of their property. And she correctly notes that wind turbines will produce sounds, and therefore she concludes that Red Rock does not qualify for a permit. But that reasoning would also mean that no wind project could ever qualify for a permit. And for that matter, because the DC3 letter extends to construction sounds, that virtually no use could ever qualify for a permit under that reasoning. That simply cannot be the correct approach because it enacts a legally questionable de facto ban on an otherwise legal use, because it contradicts the intent of the supervisors to allow wind projects subject to certain regulations, and because it's contrary to state public policy, including the planning principles in Iowa Code 18B1 that expressly seek to have county zoning promote renewable energy. If Dickinson County is going to adopt a policy that a wind project can only have 0 sound and 0 flicker, policies that will make this and any other wind project impossible, that is clearly a substantial policy decision that needs to come from the supervisors. And as a side note here, while we're talking about flicker, I just want to put in perspective, there have been some concerns about, well, 30 hours. Well, that maximum 30 hours out of 8,760 hours a year means that 99.6% of all hours in a year, there is no flicker at all. This board, in acting on the application currently before it, should apply a reasonable interpretation to the ordinance, that there is a range of impacts that do not rise to the level of injurious. That approach takes into account the best evidence and also looks at common standards. Most of the counties in Iowa that have wind ordinances that have sound limits set those at 50 dBA, or many of them don't address sound limits at all. This more moderate and reasoned approach is also consistent with guidance recently from both the Iowa Supreme Court in a case called Mathis versus Iowa Utilities Board, and a recent federal district court case in Iowa just this year, Hunter versus Page County, both of which noted the need to consider disputed issues in wind energy cases in light of Iowa's express public policy promoting wind energy in Iowa Code 476-41 through 43, 53, and 53A. And these cases are illustrative of Iowa case law that has been very favorable towards wind. DC3 also points to a small handful of counties who in recent years have enacted ordinances with lower sound limits or much larger setbacks than Dickinson County. But to the extent that the supervisors in Dickinson County sought to strike a balance between allowing wind investment to benefit the county and regulating those wind developments to protect citizens, it's notable that the counties with these new ordinances are poor examples. And again, you were given the information from one of the speakers that there were 6 of those counties that have made those changes. And in all but one of those, since those changes were made, not a dime has been invested in wind energy developments. And in fact, in Woodbury County, at least one project has been withdrawn. But Madison County, Dallas County, Palo Alto County, since those changes, no one has invested in those counties. And in fact, that was the point. Those ordinances, by and large, were intentionally passed to be prohibitory. And eventually one of those ordinances or one in that vein will be challenged. But again, at the end of the day, that's not for this board to have to worry about, right? That's clearly a policy decision for the supervisors. A longer list of ordinances was also submitted in comments last night. And as that list shows, many Iowa counties still have setbacks of 1,000 feet, 1,200 feet, or 2 times turbine height. The Iowa Environmental Council keeps a survey of approximately 41 counties in Iowa with wind development, last updated in 2021. And a large majority of county ordinances had setbacks to non-participating residences of 1,500 feet or less. And again, many were 1,000 or 1,200. Which brings me to the last point I want to make before I wrap up. As Kate discussed at the start of our rebuttal, Red Rock does believe that it is and will be a good community citizen. And we do take to the heart some of the specific concerns that have been raised. The team believes that the Red Rock project will provide numerous benefits to Dickinson County and that it fully meets the requirements for a permit. But I want to talk about, we've gone back and sort of considered some of the comments about very specific, discrete issues and tried to figure out if there were ways that we could be helpful and cooperative. And if it makes the board more comfortable with the project, there are some conditions regarding those very specific unique issues that we think that would not be substantially detrimental to the project and may help ensure that the benefits outweigh the concerns. As I noted, this is an experienced team that has largely worked in other counties, and we've seen those setbacks. And I think most of us have experienced that the most common setback in Iowa counties is 1,500 feet. To go above and beyond not only the Dickinson County ordinance, but also that common standard, we would find amenable a condition that we will eliminate from consideration any site where the non-participating residence is less than 1,600 feet from an originally proposed turbine site. And again, as you know, we have asked for more sites than the number of turbines that are planned, in part to have a little bit of flexibility, a little bit of ability to work with the county on exactly issues like this. That would eliminate turbine 7, T7, from consideration as a site. Similarly, we would be amenable to a condition that removes from consideration site T1. That actually mitigates 2 separate concerns that have been raised to some degree. The Milford Airport, just to be clear, we think that we are entirely consistent with all requirements in the ordinance. The FAA has approved our turbines. In fact, there were turbines that were approved around that airport that we voluntarily chose not to include in the application. We've also independently calculated the theoretical conical shape on approach. And again, we comply with all those regulations. We understand, however, that Milford Airport made a request to not have any turbines within 3 miles of the extension off of the runway. And T1 is the only turbine that is in that 3-mile area. So eliminating T1 as a site addresses that concern. Also, the city of Milford had requested a 3-mile essentially exclusion zone, arguably to allow for hypothetical future growth of Milford. That number didn't have any particular support or any rationale behind it. I note that Iowa Code 414.23 provides that if there is no county zoning, that a city may extend its zoning control out 2 miles from city limits. That's not applicable here, obviously, because you do have county zoning, but that 2-mile makes a little better target, I think, than the 3-mile, and eliminating T1 would mean that the closest turbine would then be about 1 3/4 miles. So it would actually get them most of that 2-mile buffer that in other situations they might be entitled to, even though that requirement doesn't apply here. So it does help mitigate some of Milford's concern about growth to the south. Again, along the lines of the Milford Airport, Red Rock would be amenable to a condition on the permit that requires it to forego sites T48 and T59. And that would add some significant distance and additional spacing between the Van Cleek airstrip and the nearest turbine to the runway approach, and a little additional clear space around that runway. And again, we note that there had also been an FAA determination of no hazard for another turbine 1,800 feet from that runway, which we preemptively removed on our own, again, in an effort to try and work with flight operations and to be cognizant of that. Red Rock believes that taking those 4 potential sites out as a condition would give an already good project an even better profile in terms of benefits versus concerns. In summary, under any reasonable interpretation of the ordinance, Red Rock's application meets all criteria for approval. Moreover, there's precedent from this board for approval. Red Rock Wind followed closely the application made by Upland Prairie, which was approved by the Board of Adjustment under the same ordinance. And if anything, Red Rock has provided even more information through its application and its testimony. Again, several commenters have argued that, well, there's a before time when turbines were smaller, and I believe the 290-foot figure keeps coming up. But Upland Prairie is actually substantially similar to Red Rock. The GE 2.3116 turbines that they're using are around 500 feet in height. There's simply no basis for approving one and denying the other. Red Rock Wind will bring economic benefits to the Lakes region. Like all counties that have wind energy investment, there will be added tax revenues for various taxing authorities and a mix of construction and longer-term jobs. Here in the Lakes area, that jobs benefit is uniquely robust because of the programs at Iowa Lakes Community College to train wind technicians locally. Red Rock also provides a revenue stream for farmers that is more stable and predictable than commodities, additional revenue that can help keep families on their farms and keep them profitable and allow them to hand those down generationally. Wind energy is supported by your county ordinance. It's supported by state public policy. It benefits the environment, and it provides clean domestic energy with no added fuel costs. Because of these benefits, and because Red Rock meets all of the legal requirements, as the zoning administrator confirmed, the project does not conflict with the comprehensive plan. We respectfully ask that you grant the use permit for Red Rock Wind Project. And while we did have a few experts unavailable this evening, collectively, we'd be pleased to address any additional questions you have. And again, thank you very much for your patience and your time.
Thank you. At this point, I would like to ask if there's any questions from the board for the applicants.
Can I comment on?
No.
Real quickly, since I have not been rebutted at all. Could I
No, the public part is closed at this point. I had a question. There was a presentation, they talked about TV reception. I haven't heard anything on that. Was there any concern or how would you mitigate that? If that's a problem.
So in our application, we did provide studies. We'll finalize prior to construction. There was one microwave path that was a potential concern, so we'll have to continue evaluating that. We wouldn't construct the turbine if there was going to be a problem with that one. If there is a problem with TV reception, post-construction, we would pay for satellite if that was an issue, but we don't expect it to be an issue. It's not something that we anticipate given our studies of this project area. So I don't know, does that answer your question?
What does pay for satellite mean?
We would pay for the cost of installation on that landowner's house.
But how about the monthly fee? So it's grandfathered
Typically, yep.
be for that situation.
Yeah, I might stay up here. That's fine.
Turn your mic on.
Sorry. I couldn't track all your, thank you for finding out where the pieces are produced. Could you go through it again? Because did you mention the mechanicals or the internal workings? Everything I heard, I thought was the exterior, the blade, the hub, the tower.
I missed the beginning of your question. It relates to which part?
When you were listing out where the various parts.
Yeah.
And I couldn't track all of them well enough. I'm want to make sure you're addressing what the internal, the gears, the mechanicals.
I addressed major components. So I addressed the tower sections.
Okay.
The nacelle, which is the piece that rests up on top. There would be assembly of that becomes the whole nacelle. And I talked about blades as well.
Right.
So hub, tower, nacelle.
Blades.
Blades.
So not the computer components,
So yeah, there might be like electronics.
Right.
I didn't track that down.
okay.
Yep.
I had several questions which were addressed, and I thank you for that. Concerning the ADLS, do you think that could be implemented in all the other sites that are in the area, possibly in the future? Could that be added to them? The ones that don't typically have that, don't have that present time?
I won't wade into opining on it. It really depends. It comes down to the FAA, and it also comes down to the owner operator of the site.
But FAA has to approve it no matter where,
That's right.
even if it's a new.
Yep. The FAA lights themselves are a requirement of the FAA for us to place on the turbine. So modifying that comes down to their permission.
Do you have to have a light on every turbine?
Yep.
That's what it has to be now?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm looking. I think Dr. Hanker noise. Is that you? Sorry. I'm trying to look for mine, but because I think in part of what you said, you compared the noise to that of a nearby combine when you were able to isolate the noise.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a difference between the effect of continuous noise versus intermittent, where a combine's running for hours, for days, a week, whatever, versus 24/7, I understand, 360 potential for 365 days and a good portion of that day? Does that have any effect?
Well, okay, certainly the combines come and the combines go,
Mhm.
spring, fall, that sort of thing. But so do turbines, windy days, calm days, windy nights, calm nights. So they're both intermittent. My point was only that they both, when they're operating, they have the same level, give or take. I mean, sometimes a combine can be louder if it's right If the acreage is right next to your property and that combine is going right by, it would be much louder than the turbine. If it's much further away, it could be quieter than the turbine. But by and large, they're about the same level. But to your point, certainly the turbines would be operating many more days potentially than a combine.
In your study, did you, for our area where we already have, what is the average number of days and hours that a turbine functions versus the average number of days a combine would be?
Right. Well, I'm not an agricultural specialist, so I won't comment on the combine. I will leave that to the farmers. But in terms of turbines, I've analyzed, it depends on the wind speed of a certain site. And in terms of the annual, the Invenergy has Met towers that have been set up and have been operating, I presume, for years. So I have not looked at the data for this site, but we could. But I've looked at the data for other sites, and it breaks down roughly to 25% of the time they're operating fully. 25% of the time they're largely off, and 50% of the time they're somewhere in between.
So 75% of the time they're running.
That's right. Based on the data set that I looked at, it could be different here, but that gives you some idea.
Okay.
I have a maybe noise question, but it was more, that someone brought up the vibration they feel in
Yes.
their home. Did you look at vibration in any of your studies? Rather
We've
than
looked,
just decibels?
not particular to this project. It wasn't a requirement of your ordinance. We've run into ordinances before, and they typically read something to the effect of vibration will not be able to be felt by humans. Because you can get a very sensitive vibration sensor and put it in the ground, and you can measure vibration to levels that the human wouldn't even perceive. So the real issue is there vibration being produced that a human could perceive? So myself and my staff, whenever we go to a site, and again, we go to them often, we literally feel the ground and just say to ourselves, do we feel vibration? And the answer is no. And the reason for that is soil is just not a good conductor of vibration. It doesn't travel very far through the ground at all.
But if there would be vibration, would that affected party have some way to mitigate that with this project?
If vibration were to be felt from an operating turbine at a residential distance of, let's say, 1,500 feet, again, I've never experienced this. We had vibration sensors once on a mining project, and to get them to trigger, we had to drive a truck like within a few feet of them. I mean, again, the ground simply does not transmit the vibration energy. If you did have feelable vibration, it would be a challenge to mitigate after the fact. I would be honest with you there.
Okay. Thank you.
No, sorry. I just want to understand. So there's been a little concession on the distance. I know that when we were listening to the stats yesterday, the average distance of the turbines was 25,000.
2,500.
Pardon?
2,500.
2,500, sorry. So that's the average. And then we discovered that one was at 1,200, one was at roughly 1,500, but we didn't really know the median. So there, if I understand you correctly, there was a concession to go to 1,600.
So for the concession would be for non-participating setback of
Okay.
1,600.
And do we know what that number would be? Like, what is that impact then? Do we know that?
Do you mean what is the number of
Yes.
receptors changed? Let me pull in right here.
If you're asking how many turbine sites does that affect, just one. So that one that was at 1285 was sort of an outlier, and it eliminates the potential use of that site.
It was T7, right?
T7.
I think it was
yeah,
T7, correct?
T7.
So the concession, really, the impact is to one site, is what you're saying.
On that particular concession, yes, it takes away the outlier that is sort of a particularly close location as opposed to what we normally see around 1500. And then we had there were 3 more sites that were offered to be removed from consideration for slightly other reasons. But that particular issue, the raising it from 1250 to 1600 eliminates the one site. Yes.
All right, thank you.
A lot was said about state, federal subsidies for wind energy and this, and I know ethanol is another one that gets subsidies. Can you tell me how that works? I don't completely understand.
You want to take it up, Brett? Yeah. We debated whether to include that information, but yeah.
Well, I just am curious how it works and.
Yeah. So the one question that was raised in the public comments was phrased, how much federal money do you get to build these projects? And the correct answer to that is 0. So this is what's called a production tax credit. So none of the money is provided on the front end to help construct or develop the project. It's a credit based on, basically we're getting an incentive for the electrons that are produced. So it is paid out as the electricity is actually produced by the project. And it's paid out in an amount that is based on the amount of electricity output by the project. I just want to, if I may, just add on slightly to that. When we were talking earlier about the impact of wind on electric rates, part of how that actually benefits Iowa retail electric consumers is that at least for the largest investor-owned utilities, Mid-American and Alliant, for example, have mechanisms that the Iowa Utilities Board have ordered that realized tax credit benefits, and the mechanisms are a little different depending on which utility, but broadly speaking, both of them are required to use those to plow back into either reducing their rate base or otherwise being credited towards the amount of money that customers collectively would have to pay in electric rates. So that's part of how wind energy production in Iowa ends up holding retail electric rates down, because those federal tax credits get flowed through and used in part to sort of buy down the rates. But in terms of how they work, it's on the back end. It's a credit against or on the actual production, the output of the wind farm when it's up and running.
And you mentioned tax credits, and there were several comments that were talked about the sale of those credits. You didn't address, can you address, is that misinformation?
I wish I
Do those
could,
get, huh?
but when I said I wish I could, but when I was interviewing at my first law firm and they said, is there any, do you know what type of law you want to do? And I said, I'm happy to do anything but tax. So we have now gotten to where I start getting hives talking about tax law. I don't know if any of the rest of you have any additional insight on this. I know that the Inflation Reduction Act opened up the potential to sell those credits, whereas, and to realize them regardless of your tax. Part of what that was intended to do was you had certain utilities that couldn't use their tax credits because they actually were in a tax loss situation. And so they weren't getting any benefits, even though they were generating wind energy.
Okay.
And by making them transferable, it opened up the possibility for those utilities to realize the tax benefit in a useful way. Now I truly have exhausted my knowledge of the subject. So if anyone else has any more that wants to jump in, feel free. But
So
anyone on, our.
So has Inventor, have you sold tax credits?
I can simplify that just a little bit. So wind energy can qualify for the federal production tax credit, right? Build a project, you sell credits, you can qualify for that production tax credit. That's very commonplace in the industry. Invenergy develops, owns, operates a tremendous number of these facilities. And so this is very similar, right? That to most companies wouldn't be able to use all of that tax credit. And there are banks and financial institutions that have tax equity investors, people with tax appetite, similar to our retirement funds or other financial vehicles that we use all the time. This is a very elementary sophomore explanation, but when you hear sort of that talking point, like, oh, they're selling tax credits, that's where that's coming from. Or we have investors or we have lenders in our projects who are potentially the tax equity investor in that part of the project. Does that help simplify that a little bit?
Maybe. Sorry, maybe. I guess, yeah. So that can't be turned back in to, the expense of the electricity. So it does go back to the county or the city or the state.
It is usually a portion of the financing of the project. It's usually how some lender may come in and be an investor in the project. And as a return, they're having a return on the tax equity investment from the PTC. So it is not like it is a cash flow to the project such that we could turn around and just have that be. We find other ways to have economic benefit in our communities versus having a tax equity relationship.
Can I ask a question just on the funding? So
the what?
The funding,
The
so
funding.
2.37 million annually. When does that start?
In Iowa, and I may tap a friend here, there is a phased in property tax schedule for wind energy facilities, and it steps up over time on a schedule. That is my understanding. So in year 1, it is 0 and it steps up from there. I believe by year 7, it is at 30% of the assessed value or the implementation cost of the wind facility. I'm not a tax law gets me into deep water. Got some nods from the attorney, so got the year right. That is standard. That's not something we set.
David can check me on this, but it's not the assessed value in a traditional sense. It is the value, it is the cost of the physical facility, right? Yeah. So instead of being assessed in the traditional way, it's a percentage of the cost of the actual installed value of the project. And one thing that does is levelizes, right? So instead of the assessment bouncing around, it makes it more predictable because that investment value as soon as the facility goes into commercial operation.
So when you say 2.37 million, that's an average.
That's right. That's an average. So over the life of the project, 40 years. So the first year is 0, then it's 5%. Next year's 10%, 15%, 20%, 25%, and then you get to 30, and then it's levelized at year 7 through year 40. That's the amount that you're going to get. So to get to those numbers, to provide the annual average, I took all those numbers in the report, summed them up and divided by 40, so that in those early years, it's going to be less than that annual average. But the number that you get to at year 7 and continuing is almost equal to that annual average number.
Thank you.
I know regarding easements, where I could approach on that. I know the majority of the easements can involve the participating landowner, and it will be the road going into the turbine and the turbine itself. But you have to install a lot of electrical grid for this also. How detailed or extensive are these easements for this project? In generality.
You're asking, do we have will we have easements that cover our ability to install buried collection cabling?
For the collection system
Yep.
too. I mean, does it involve the whole section where that turbine is at, or? I think we kind of discussed that, because you have to go. Where you have to install it isn't just in and out of the road it's on, so.
Correct. So as I think I mentioned on Monday, majority of the parcels that we have are leased in, entire sections. What we do is site the turbines, locate the access roads, and then propose collection cable routes as we get further definition on our engineering. And we have the legal right to install that. We pay for the linear amount of collection cable that we install. And we work with the landowners to give them, site maps of the major facilities ahead of time so they know where we're planning to propose that and get some input. I think your question is just, do we have the legal right to do it? Is it just going to go anywhere, and do we coordinate?
Well, I know why you have to have the easements for such. I just didn't know how extensive it was, means you don't know the exact routing of the cable yet. You can't just plot it out, I suppose, accurately. I mean, if that made any sense.
I think I follow. Can you say it another way? We'll engineer the collection routes to make it the most efficient route and the most, environmentally, we're looking for wetlands, any areas we need to, we'll route around certain features. So you're right, is that it's not just following, right angles along access roads.
Because I know your mapping kind of showed the routes that you were planning if the turbines were where they were supposed to be. So I was just looking at that, trying to.
Right. Yeah. And, if we modify slightly where infrastructure is, that collection system may change a little bit. So that's why, it's a little bit iterative in that
For
sense.
maintenance of such in the future if it needs to be.
Right.
Thank you. That'll work.
On that regard, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I've got a question on going to the project area where there's tile.
Yep.
And you'll help fix if there's any damage. Is that just the tile in the drainage district, or is that also any other tile that the ag producer has on his property
Yeah.
or
So
her property?
So it's both. So we have the draft drainage agreement to cover infrastructure of the counties in drainage districts. Damage there, we would be working with the county to fix, repair, maintain, pay for. In our agreements with landowners and contained in the application is a commitment to repair damaged drain tile of landowners outside of the county's districts. So that again is repairing it. If we have to relocate a main, we'll do that. We'll work with the landowner to ensure that it's, that the repair worked, that it's functioning, and then that is our cost and that is our responsibility.
And sometimes the tile can be cut, but you don't know it until 3 years down the road when we have a wet year.
Right.
So
It remains our responsibility.
remains your responsibility. Even if you sell the project to someone else, it stays with that.
It remains with the project as the agreements with landowners go with the project. So if the project were to sell, those agreements transfer with the project entity. And so if a landowner comes to the project a year after construction and says, hey, you damaged our tile, you have fixed in work, and it's, it's pooling, we would go out and we'd look at it. And if it's reasonable that it's our construction's fault or operations fault, then we would fix that.
Okay, thank you.
I know we talked a lot about what turbines would be installed where, and that we're really, we haven't, you need more time. When do you think you will know the size and scope of the turbines and where they're going to be located? Like what is the timeline for that?
Yeah, it's a good question. So permitting is obviously, we're not going to sign a major turbine supply agreement until we have a permit and know what we're building to. And that's one schedule constraint. We want to be online by 2025, which means that we need to get moving on major procurement. So we would immediately turn around and start finalizing the layout, finalizing certain constraints, make final siting decisions, and then go ahead and try to work with vendors to lock that in. Global supply, we talk about it a lot. It's affecting us on all manner of, everyday items. Wind turbines are no different. So supply is a major issue. It's why I just don't have a great, it's going to take 2 months answer, because it's a little complicated at the moment.
Mr. Morose isn't here, right?
He
had to
is
leave.
not.
Right. If I remember, he's actually from Illinois, but he is a licensed appraiser in the state of Iowa.
Yep.
I think is what he said, if I remember. My question is, when we talk about job creation and things like that, was there any consideration for using a local appraiser to give us information about the community in which because there are appraisers in this area or around this area, and was there any consideration for that, or how did you choose Mr. Morose?
We went with Mr. Marus because he has such extensive history with renewable energy projects in the Midwest, including wind. And he has had the individual conversations with all of these assessors who have informed his analysis. And so it's the robustness of his experience and this very kind of niche background. And he has a deep history of providing this kind of analysis for projects like this. So that kind of a background was why he was selected.
Did he, if you've driven around, you've seen there's a lot of realtors. It's a very, Did he contact any of those to help substantiate or support his?
I would have to bring up the report to tell you with absolute certainty that he did that. I know his analysis and his approach was deeply with the assessors.
The
in-
county
In
assessor?
counties, yeah.
Okay. But in terms of realtors and the reactions they get to people when they show them places to see if wind turbines do have an effect on people's opinion of property?
Sure. I might tap Delaney.
Sure.
She seems to-
So he has had those discussions with realtors in areas where facilities have been constructed. He's had several of those conversations, and some of those are documented in his report. And he did drive around the area here when he was doing his analysis. I don't know for sure if he spoke with local realtors.
Okay. Let me go back to the ADLS. Sorry.
No, sorry.
Was that a concession?
It's
that-
it's a proactive measure we're proposing. If the county thinks that that's something they'd like to implement, see
and the
us try
FAA
to implement.
approves it.
If the FAA approves,
And if the FAA doesn't approve it,
then
and
we
it's a
can't
condition,
implement it.
and it's a condition of the permit then, right?
We would
If
ask
we
that you
add that,
we would ask that you write it subject
Okay.
to FAA approval.
The participating turbines, the people that have signed up, what would be an average revenue they would get per year projection?
That is not a number I have at my fingertips, unfortunately.
I mean, I was just curious.
I unfortunately I don't have it.
What do typical projects per turbine generate? What do they produce for the?
Completely depends on the project. I don't know, Joe, if you've got a range, or Brett.
So because procurement of land is often competitive among competing projects. And because those negotiations are private bilateral contract negotiations, we generally don't talk about the amount of the compensation in a private easement, in a voluntary easement, publicly. So just, we consider that a confidential business record.
Okay, thank you.
But they're paid annually. They get revenue annually for the 40
Most agreements are
years.
structured as an annual payment, correct?
And it goes for 40 years, not longer.
40
Because
years.
the life of the project.
The agreements are 40 years with optional extensions for operation.
All right. Somebody
Sure.
threw out a number in terms of the people who have granted access and whether or not they live their residents. Again, numbers were thrown out. Do you know what percentage of the people that you've gotten land from that are more than seasonal residents?
That are local.
Yes.
I mean, a lot of the comments in my view were anecdotal, so I'll just start with an anecdotal answer. You know, there was one commenter that referred to a landowner who didn't live there. That's because the turbine is located in a field and they live a couple miles down the road. So there's a lot of that kind of context, I think, to the answer. For the whole project, well over 50% of your landowners come from the Dickinson County zip codes. So the majority of your project is in Dickinson County landowners.
Thank you.
Yep.
We heard a few comments from people how the Skyline was gonna affect their business and that, like Swiss Acres, what kind of answer do you have for them? How that's gonna affect their livelihood or, I'm just wanted to hear your response to that.
Yeah, I mean, I've been at this a long time and I've worked with community members on both sides of that concern, and this project is no different. I did weddings for a number of years. I understand the, catering business and the importance of weddings. I lived in the country. I grew up on a farm. I understand bucolic landscapes and the importance of the countryside and a rural background. So I think that I'm able to see it from multiple perspectives, or at least I like to think I do. We take working with landowners, community members very seriously. We've tried to understand those concerns and we'll continue to work with folks to see if there's anything that we can do as a project to reduce visual impact concerns. But I also have to advocate for everyone who's trying to make a living from their land, and the landowners who are participating in this project are no different. They have signed up to do something that has they have a commercial interest in making money off of this land. And so I can't rank a landowner who wants to use their land to site a turbine more than another commercial interest. But I can tell you that I do take it seriously, and the whole team does, and we'll continue to work with the community. Does that answer your question?
Yep, thank you.
I'm just going to throw this out here. I'm curious because someone had brought up Alaska, but when, and I'm going to call them compensation plans, and that's probably not the right verbiage, but
Yep.
Have you ever considered in the compensation plans, in compensating even non-participating landowners as well as the participating? Because, as a board, that is something that we really look at when we get variance requests is how that impacts neighboring. And so I'm just wondering if that's ever been considered, or, how is it, because it almost seems like it was selective on which landowners were chosen for the turbines. But maybe you could speak to that. I just wondering about how that process works.
Yeah, I'll answer it a couple different ways. I mean, the initial land leasing, we acquired this project in 2019. Local landowners started it. They worked on, signing up the original landowners, and we took that over and finished out that process. As you've all learned or already knew, siting turbines is takes a lot of room. And so we've worked with landowners to acquire over 36,000 acres of land. It's a huge footprint, and that's been fairly indiscriminate. That's not been just selecting certain landowners over others. But there is a certain pragmatism about where components will make sense, right, from a project. And so land is selected in that way, or the siting perspective. But then we do have a process of offering good neighbor agreements. We typically will go and work with the community neighbors of projects within a certain radius of sited components and offer good neighbor agreements, which would be a way to participate in the project and is a way of, offering some compensation to folks that are in the community and are adjacent to project components. We just don't typically do that way up front when layout is in a bit of flux, and but it is something that we typically do in our process and do across our portfolio of projects here in Iowa.
Later.
Typically.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
A little tidbit question. Have you kicked around an area for a maintenance building for your technicians, where that might be?
We had kicked it around in Clay County. We didn't have a site laid out here yet, but it is something that needs to get finalized.
Not Milford or Terrell, because they're closer.
We haven't ruled it out, right?
Okay, thanks.
Can I piggyback off that? Are there any turbines in Clay County?
No,
Why, isn't that where the substation is too?
it is.
Could you tell me why you're considering Clay County for the maintenance building and the substation when the turbines are in Dickinson County?
Yep, I can. The transmission line that we're tying into is located in Clay County. And so that's where easiest place to site our interconnection facilities is right next to the line. And so that's driven that location. That's why that's in Clay. We originally had turbines proposed, and we were working on siting turbines in Clay, but because of some of the environmental setbacks, we dropped those. So interconnection facilities are all that's currently planned in Clay, but we normally site our O&M facilities very close to our substation. So we typically pair those, hence why there was sort of a siting of an O&M building there.
Can you elaborate on the Clay County issue? What were the issues that caused you to withdraw that project and move it up?
Based on some of that, some of the recommendations that we received from the IDNR and some of the surveys and studies that we did, there was a higher usage and proximity to the Trumbull Lake complex. And so as a proactive measure, we didn't site turbines near there based on the
How
study
large
survey.
is Trumbull compared to the lakes up here?
Trumbull Lake complex as an IDNR managed complex is one that is public lands over 2,000 acres as a complex. It's not one contiguous it's not just the lake. It also consists of
The watershed?
grasslands and prairie. There's a sort of a consortium of different parcels there.
So again, how does that compare to the Iowa Great Lakes and its watershed or whatever goes into that? If that was 2,000 square miles?
2,000 acres. Yep.
Okay. What is, do you know what the Great Lakes are?
It's Spring Run that is on the northwest. That Spring Run is the northwest complex, 2,000 acres or more. It doesn't It's not comprised of all of the Great Lakes. So in that way, it's not public lands up 2,000 acres or more, which is the IDNR sort of classification.
Okay. How many projects does Invergen, sorry, have in Illinois?
In Illinois or Iowa?
Illinois.
Anybody know that?
And how close do each of you live to a wind energy?
Please.
So I live in McLean County, Illinois. McLean County has the most wind turbines of any county in Illinois. Invenergy has developed 2 or 3 of the wind farms in McLean County. And there's 1, 2, 3 other wind farms that are not owned by Invenergy. We're right smack in the middle of the state.
Okay.
And I live in McLean County.
How close?
I live in town. I don't know what the nearest turbine would
Okay.
be to me, but you can, I see turbines
Sure.
as I drive around there, and on the east side, they're visible.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
I'll just offer up another example. I live next to a wind turbine. I can see it out of my front window in my living room. I don't know the exact distance to that turbine, but I can see it every day.
I don't have one, but I worked to have one. I lived in a county that was working on a community solar or community wind farm. Ultimately failed, but I was hoping to see it happen.
Any others?
Wind energy business, and I was very excited to look at a home.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Can I ask a question through the chair?
No.
No?
Steve? No, yeah, we can't. Okay, is there any more discussion with the applicants? Or questions?
No.
Board? Yeah, now we'll just have a discussion amongst ourselves. There were some conditions, you know, that they had mentioned. Yeah, did you have those, Megan?
Sure. Some of the conditions that they conceded was to agree to permit from 83 turbines in Dickinson County down to 79. And that would be to be removing T1, T7, T48, and T49 for various reasons. They also eliminated any resident. I'm sorry.
I had 59 today.
What did I say? So 59 or 49.
Yeah,
Okay.
T48.
Okay, I apologize.
Yep, T48 and T59.
and I-7 or T7.
Yep, 174859.
Okay.
I apologize.
It's okay.
And then Alex had talked about the ADLS, and then they had requested, subject to FAA approval. And then, I mean, eliminating any, or increasing the setback for any non-participating landowner was to the 1,600 feet, which basically just eliminated Tower 7. Was there anything else that?
Was there anything else someone wanted to add?
Can we do anything generically just to call out the microwave or the satellites in the event that a microwave tower would be affected?
Yeah, mitigation of. Sure, I mean, we'll have to figure out how to word that, and then they would have to agree to that, but Katie had mentioned that.
Yeah.
Um,
Is that standard or is that something you would agree to? The mitigation?
of microwave tower interference, Katie? That's,
Not a negotiation, but it's fairly common for the board
to work with the applicant.
before they submit for approval or vote. It's fairly common to put conditions on any potential acceptance of the application up and above what's in the application. That's fairly standard.
Steve, use your microphone, sorry. I could hear.
It's fairly standard for the board in their discussion to put conditions on the application up and above the presented application. That's something the board has done since I've been involved. And, that's fair, Ms. Hunter. That's fair.
So Cammy, mitigation of any microwave disruption caused by the construction of the wind farm? Or-
Yes, I'm questioning whether microwave is the right terminology or.
I was just piggybacking off what they had
Yeah,
said,
I
but
know, but that would include like, does microwave include cable TV and internet? I think it's a valid concern.
Okay.
You want to put that on?
Yeah.
One or other, that's something that-
So, I mean, the electronic transmission to include microwave, cable, satellite. Cellular.
I'm not sure what.
so
If
mi-
it were to occur, if there was interference.
mitigation of microwave, you said satellite, internet? Interference, cable.
Cable.
Okay.
Radio and TV.
Jeff said radio, TV too. Anything else? Concerns?
You want to repeat what we've got so far?
So basically removing towers T1, T7, T48, T59. The installation of the ADLS system subject to FAA approval, mitigation of microwave, satellite, cable, internet, TV, radio interference should it occur. Is that? Okay.
The only thing I'm wondering on the
Your
verbiage,
microphone. Sorry.
on the verbiage.
Okay.
I know that it's eliminating turbine 7, but do we want to?
I can, what they had said, to eliminate any non,
Did you put the 1,600?
I
feet?
didn't because it was eliminating tower 7,
Okay,
but,
all right, thank you.
but I can. Because,
I think we should.
okay,
As a,
eliminate any non-participating residents less than 1,600 feet.
Yep.
And that's from the structure,
Yes, sir.
not the property line.
Correct. It is from the human occupied dwelling, to be specific.
Thank you.
Any others to add to that, Alex? Okay, you want to read
Okay.
what we've got now, Megan, please?
Eliminate any non-participating residents less than 1,600 feet. We're removing towers 1, 7, 48, 59. Installation of or implementation of the ADLS system, subject to FAA approval. Mitigation of microwave satellite cable, internet, radio, TV interference.
I want to make sure, Steve, that that's clear that,
I'm clear what you read.
no, the ADLS,
Yes,
if FAA doesn't, then it doesn't go through.
correct. That's correct.
Would you ask it, the applicants if they agree to the stipulations?
No, let's just move
No.
forward.
Okay. We all-
Okay, at this point, I'll entertain a motion. Does someone wants to make with those stipulations that we vote? With those stipulations?
Kirby, if you're gonna talk.
Make a motion, we approve.
No, that we
Or
vote.
Did we move?
We move to vote with the stipulations that were submitted.
Is there a second to that? It's been made and seconded. We'll go ahead and vote.
Never done that before. Never done that before. I mean,
Use your microphone.
Right.
Told everybody else to. We've never done that before. Had a closed ballot. If you want to just read the results, if at the discretion of the chair, you could.
We've never done.
It's gonna. Regardless, it'll be part of public record.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
We've never
So-
done that before.
No, we never
So
have.
we've got it.
The votes are in. Jeff Ashland, deny. Alice Kaponsky, deny. Cami Wills, deny. Kirby Burhow, approve. The votes are in. 3-1, deny.
Okay, there are, excuse me, there are there is one vote in favor of granting the application and 3 votes opposed to granting the application. The application as modified is therefore denied. Okay, at this point, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
It's been made and seconded to adjourn. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned.
Thought you wanted the numbers, right?
Okay.
Hey, Megan or Lee, can you destroy all this? Just leave it. Is it okay? I don't really want to carry this crap around anymore. Okay, you can recycle the nice binder.
Pardon me?
Well, I'll just keep keeping your nut.
That's okay.
It's probably good. I just, well, it'll be, no, it'll be, canvas. It'll be,
Thank you
it's
for
all
your
been
service.
recorded anyway.
Thank you for your service. Thank you
So-
for your service.
Thank you. Who am I otherwise?
Yeah.